Erna. Erna. Per. Mu. Mu. SMX. Mu. Big spread. Erna. 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 Erna starting to move. PMAX. PMAX. PMAX.
FMFC.
IFRX. Erna.
JAGX. IMSR.
Erna.
JAGX.
Erna gaining traction.
JAGX. IMSR. IMSR.
Big spread. Mimi resume.
IMSR. JAGX.
traders, how we doing? Let's get into it. The same as usual, a handful of tickers to look at, and I guarantee you an hour after the opening bell, we're not looking at any of them. All right, so an hour after the opening bell, here we go, team. I guarantee you, just like what we've seen over the past few weeks, we're going to get yet again today. What do you mean by that, Josh? I mean, most likely what's going to happen is plays that we're looking at here in after hours, or in pre-market, I should say. We're not going to be looking later on in the day, of course, in after hours. But anything we're looking at here in market, pre-market that is, pre-market, the only ones I would say we'd be looking at later on in the small cap sector would be plays up on earnings. So possibly HUT. Although it's more out of the small cap sector now. Another one that came out with earnings is EVC. So possible earnings plays could continue to run, but these small cap plays that just pop up from news, or whether they have news or not, most likely are not going to be holding up later in the day. Just had another one hit new high of day right there. GDC was flying up. Let me go to this real quickly. I got a lot of tickers to look at today. We'll go with another G-Play GDC. Okay, that popped up out of nowhere. Okay. Cool. Let's go through these for you guys. No, the GDC is really not even up that much. It did just pop up, but whatever. All right, let's go through these. All right, top gainer of the day is EVC. EVC is your top gainer of the day so far. Came out with earnings yesterday, went from 4 straight up to 750, and most likely needs to hold, in my opinion, somewhere right around 640. So if 640 doesn't hold, she probably winds herself back on down into the 5s. 640 bounce play. Watch for resistance coming back up to 675, the support we're at now. More resistance is at 7 to 715. Over that 750, strong resistance from after hours. Then 785 from pre-market. If we get over 785 in pre-market, another play it looks like here, we've seen a few of these now, again, going back to 52-week high plays. So we're seeing the plays that are at 52-week highs. So, over pre-market high, watch for a spike up today to 8, and over 8 to 875, and over that to 935, potentially, for EVC. Number 2 top gainer is AMA, Bahama Mama, AHMA. We've seen this one run before. A little bit lower float on AMA. On the board today, one of the lower floats we've looked at. 165 support, 155 support, 135 support on the way down. Under that, then 120. On the way up, 180 to 185 resistance, then that 195 pre-market high. Over 195 in pre-market high. Again, a play, like I said, we've looked at here earlier this year and last year. We have room to run for the move to 2. And then over that, we could get a nice good move up today. We have kind of a gap fill. There's really not a lot of charting to hold this play down. 280 would be your one resistance area I see. And then over that, this play could continue to climb. AVTX is your number. Actually, I forgot to do HUT G. We'll go over to HUT and HUT G in just a minute. But AVTX for your true small cap play. AVTX up from yesterday and after hours. Big squeeze there on AVTX at the closing bell. I don't think this is earnings. I'm not seeing an earnings report on this, but it had a huge pullback, spiked up. Main support down below is right at $20, $20.25. Below or above that, support we're trying to build in right now is right around $22.50. So $22.50 and 20 support. Under 20, watch for a crack back down to yesterday's highs, potentially all the way down to $16.50 area. On the way up, $25.50 to 26 strong resistance. Over that, $26.85 area, and then $27.80 resistance on the way up. Usually AVTX is a slower mover. Doesn't really move at maybe a point or two in a day. I would bet to venture after about a 2 or 3 hours after the opening bell, it moves to that slower mover. Now over 27.80, watch for the move up today, as we are right now at 52-week high, by the way. So over 27.80, you've got to go back in time and do some digging, and there's some room to run on this ticker. So over 27.80, this has room to run to 28.75. Most likely goes through 30 at that point, and when you can start seeing the $5 increment pops, possibly maybe if AVTX, which was a former runner back in the day, gets going again today. So you can trade HUT or HUT-G. They're the same thing. HUT came out with news today. HUT-G is going to be your ETF that you could trade your 2 times long daily ETF leverage play. Down below, it'll be different prices, but they have the exact same chart. So for HUT, built up this morning. Trend line, but main support is really right around 101.50. Under that, watch for the touch of 100. If we crack 100, it's going to move down to around 95 to down to 93.50. Under 93.50, again, another play typically most days doesn't really move a lot. Huge barn burner moves we're getting in from earnings. Under 93.50, watch for move down to 90, and under 90 down to 85 area. On the way up, resistance at 105.50 to 106. Over that to 110, maybe up to 111. And over that 117 pre-market high. If we get over 117 in pre-market high, oh wow, yet another play at 52-week high. And I'd venture to say, if HUT may have never been this high before, I don't think it has. So again, just watch for $5 increment runs. First to 120, but over that to 125, 130, etc. Over to ERNA, E-R-N-A, E-R-N-A. Upper and lower VWAP band has caught this play, completely channeling out. 630 upper band, 540 lower band. So until those move and we can break or crack out of that, your main support down below the 540 area is going to be right around 520, down to around $5. On the way up, resistance is showing at that 630 mark where the upper VWAP band is at. If we do get over 630, watch for a pop to 650. Over 650, then to 720 in that pre-market high. I would venture to say that this play stays upper and lower VWAP band trap for the day. Now, say just somehow later in the day or at some point she gets over 720. Over 720. Oh, there's a lot of chop on this play. Over 720. Watch for a move up somewhere around, I would go 795 to 8 area. Over that, 850 to 875 resistance for ERNA. Again, upper and lower VWAP band have this play trapped. Over to another runner that just started popping up there was PMAX. So PMAX trying to work its way up the board now. So PMAX is working its way up the board today. Really ugly, choppy chart to start the day. A lot of upper shadows and down, upper shadows and down, upper shadows and down. So trying to hold really overall its uptrend trend line, which would be right around 260. If it cracks 260, really not a lot of good support built up below. You see some at 2.5, a little at 235, and the bottom at 215. On the way down today, watch for a bounce off of 280 to 275. All those upper shadows should try to become a little bit of support. Over 315 in pre-market high. Watch for a spike up today to around 350. Over 350, we run to around 385 to 390. Over that, watch for a spike up to 450 for PMAX. This one right here has the lowest float on the board today with ERNA right around 1 mil. Over to GCTK. GCTK this morning is up. A really slow, choppy mover. Down below, support is right around the 93 cents down to around 88 cents. Main support. Really starting to build up even some here at 96 cents. So that's the thing. There's nothing really great built up on GCTK on the bottom side, but the top side there is at 110. Over 110, watch for the pop back up to 125 to 130 pre-market high. Then that 110 area will become a good bounce play now that we've failed there a couple of times. If we do get over 130, 135 in pre-market high, well, we just failed there recently, about a week ago in pre-market. And then if you go back to last month, on April the 13th, we ran to 150. So that would be your next leg up over pre-market high. GDC was another one that popped up here in pre-market out of nowhere, squeezed from 550 or 60 area all the way up to 785, now coming back down. Going to try to hold yesterday's high of day and close right around $6. Under 6, we come down to 565. Under 565, we go down to 520. On the way up, resistance is going to be right around 7. And then over that to 785, 790, where we ran in pre-market in that nasty upper shadow. Most likely, GDC stays stuck in the trend today. And EZGO, former runner here from yesterday, we'll mention it as well this morning. So EZGO, nice good run up yesterday. Trying to hold yesterday's high of day in market right now at 2.5. If it cracks that, watch for a move down to 215. Under 215 down to 2. Under 2, then down to 180. On the way up today, resistance strong at 3 to 305. Over 305, watch for the move up to 375 in pre-market high. I doubt, just like GDC, she gets over that. But if she does, watch for a move to 4 and then possibly to 450. Boy, we got a lot out there today to look at. Let's go to the trade tab real quickly. Active trader. Let's go over here. Crazy, crazy, crazy plays today. IFRX, another one actually here popping up here. Not bad today on IFRX. IFRX is starting to squeeze up a little bit here. On the way down today, 2.5's trying to hold a support. And then really under that, we don't really have much built in. Yesterday's high of day will be 220, and that would be support as well, potentially. 275 pre-market high, over 275 in pre-market high. We are at 52-week high at the moment here at this point. Over pre-market high of 275, strong resistance from back for a lot of resistance late 24 into the first of 2025. Over that mark though, watch for even back in later back in 2022. Over that mark, watch for a pop up to 315 to 320. Over that for a move up to 350, and over that then to 4 if IFRX can get going, being that it is a little bit of a lower float. All right, that should be about good enough in the small cap sector. There are some other ones you could possibly keep your eye on. But for now, I think that is going to be your main ones. We have AMDL, AMDG as well up. Because why? AMD went on a crazy barn burner freaking run yesterday and after hours for earnings. We'll go over that in just a moment. But those are, I think that's plenty. I mean, we've got 1G from yesterday. Keep 1G on watch. So we have 1G, AVTX, IFRX, PMAX, EZGO, ERNA, EVC, AMA, HUT, a lot of stocks on watch this morning. I honestly say again, all these stocks we're looking at right here in pre-market, I guarantee you, or I say guarantee you, but high probability, we are not looking at them 2-3 hours after the opening bell. Oh my gosh. And say here at the bell, ERNA. ERNA has the shot there to squeeze and go for more, possibly. Again, I know it's an upper and lower VWAP band trap, but the fact that it stays trapped so long, a lot of the time they will make the move. AHMA is the other one I would say watch for another move at the bell in PMAX. So my favorite plays at the bell, AMA, ERNA, and PMAX. Those, to me, have the best shot to squeeze and go, look for longs, and then bounce plays at the bell. All right. What's up? How we doing? Louis Daza, T-Web, everyone else out there, Wallflowering, Saline, Aussie, J-Web, all you great people out there. All right, let's go over, we'll go right here today for, wow, look at all these small cap, large caps I was looking at yesterday. Holy moly. Just a lot. A lot. Boop. All right, there we go. There we go. That'll work. That'll work. That's good enough. All right, let's go 15. This is 15, 15. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm just like, today's one of those days. ARM's the one today. ARM is the big one today. That's good enough. That'll be good. Let's just go straight to SPY. All right, we do have ARM earnings today, so we'll make sure to cover that. Of course, we'll cover MU and SNDK. Today, SPY hitting all-time highs. What a barn burner squeeze this morning. We talked about it. I told you, this play's going up, and do not short this thing or try to find the top. Wait for that backside move back on down. Yesterday's after-hours high, you would think would be support. We're holding right above it, 728. Under 728, watch for that move down to 727 after-hours high. Under that, then we come down to 726 area. I'm going to go 726 normal low of day, ultimate low of day. We finally start to see that sell off. We come back then down to the high from Friday, which is 724.80 area to 724.90. Under that, then we crack all the way down to 723.50 for ultimate low of day. If we get under 723.50, watch for move down to 722.50, ultimately to Monday's high of day in 722. On the way up, over 730, we need to get back over, really 729.50. Once we get over 729.50, watch for that leg up to 731.70. Pre-market high, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day over, which we're running into the top of the uptrend channel that we have a line in, which is right around 729.50. So that's why this getting back up, I think, is going to be hard to do today. And if we do, that's why 731.70 my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes up to 732.50, maybe up to 733. Just seems like after that crazy overextended move, we're going to have some profit taking here into the bell. Going straight to AMD. What a move today. On the way up, kind of wonky chart because of how much movement we had yesterday, but 414 is going to be, 414 strong resistance over that, 420. Over 420 to 423.50 we go. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day back up to the 432.50 mark. Crazy moves. On the way down, we're trying to hold after hours bull flag right around 403. Under 403, which will be my normal low of day, and this is going to have some big movement today. Under 403, watch for the crack back down to 393.50, and this is going to be my ultimate low of day. Now, if it gets under 393.50, watch for a move all the way down to 385. Oh, man, Cinco de Mayo was amazing yesterday, bro. Still have so much meat to eat today and leftovers. Like, we had so much food last night. Over to ARM, earnings later today. So levels before and after earnings. On the way up today, I think this play may stay a little stuck as we popped up yesterday and after hours with AMD on earnings. So pre-market high in 238, normal high of day. That's the high from a couple of Fridays ago, over 238. Watch for the move up to 245, ultimate high of day there, back up in after hours on that same Friday into that Sunday afterward, which is the 24th and the 26th of April. On the way down today, that 226 mark that we just hit is going to be my normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under 226. Watch for a move back on down somewhere close to 221.50 to 222 for your ultimate low of day. Now, with earnings, on the way up, barn burner move. This is going to all-time highs after AMD yesterday. Watch for this to move up through 250 to around 260 to 265. Could even see the 270s. Down below, if we have pullback, if we get back below 215, she's going to see the 195 mark, maybe a little lower. Making sure I'm not missing anything. We got a lot of stocks to look at today, to be honest. Lots of stocks. B to all-time high, BE, Bloom Energy there. Still choppier overall. I would say watch for a bounce play off of 280. The first bounce area is going to come around 288.75 area, and then another one's going to come right around 280 to 278.75. So those are what I'd be looking for today, bounce plays and moves back on up. We've had great bounce plays on B over the last week plus. Love it. Amish Trader just texts me and says, Dad, I have now realized over 9K in profit on AMD starting from a 5K account. Tripled that fucker. Now I wish it could start dying soon. Like, that's not. Unfortunately, it's not going to. Over to Google. All-time high up to almost 400. I think today this place stays chopped up. Had earnings last week, maintained it a week ago today. A week ago today was their earnings. On the way up, 393 resistance, and over that 394.75 normal high of day, after hours high, ultimate high of day. Watch for the squeeze up to 397.50. Ultimate high of day there. Now it might see a touch to 400, maybe in after hours, maybe some more movement up with ARM. We could see that like we saw yesterday. On the way down today, trying to hold major support right around 387.50 area. Under 87.50, watch for the crack back down to 86. Under 386, that's where a really good tug comes down to around 380, 350. I'm going to go, being that it looks like we're going to stay chopped up, 387 to 387.50 normal low of day, ultimate lows to 383.50. If we get under that, we're going down to 381.50 and then down to 380. Over to Meta here. Watch this back under pre-market low in 598.50 and then over 610. Over 610, we get a good squeeze up to 614 to 615. Back under 598.50. This plate dumps. Going to bring up Light today, LITE. LITE had earnings yesterday. Watch this back over 1020. It's going to run straight to 1035 and over 1035. This is bang or ring sauce for a move up to new all-time high and continuing up to 1100 by tomorrow, if not today. Over to MU again, like I talked about yesterday. Watch for dip buys out of MU around the 650 mark. We just got it today. So 650 main support. Yesterday's high of day will be main support today on the way up. Resistance is going to come in at 662, 670, 680, and then 685. Over 685, you know what the next number is. That's 700 plus. Microsoft, MSTR, NVDA, all kind of channel moded up. Not a big fan of those tickers here, and I'll even go over to PLTR. I think it's going to be the same for her as well today. Yeah, just not a big fan of these tickers. PLTR on the way down looks good. She's finally cracking back below the lows there of 133.50, so we have to go back in time here and see where we're at about a month ago right now in April, and on the way down she goes today. So main support on the way down today. We just hit 131, so we did crack back down to 131. I'll make that normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under 131. Yeah, I like that too. Under 131. It should crack through 130 down to 129, 128.75 roll for bottom support. Whoever's next door, they are just, I mean, everyone in the neighborhood can hear them. Over to the Qs. Big move back on down today. Trying to hold after hours high for the most part. We came down and whipped down to 86.50. That'll be my normal low of day. Ultimate lows head then down to 684. Under 684, we then head down to yesterday's high end market at 682.70. On the way up, 690 resistance. 690.70 resistance. Over 690.70, which would be my normal high of day, we squeeze. I'm going to go back up. Over 690.70. Watch for the squeezer Rooney. Back up to 692. 692 normal high of day, 693.70 ultimate highs. Now, with earnings and over that, 695 is going to be on lock for the Qs, and it could even get higher. Leave SMCL alone. We'll go over to SNDK, sure. Over to SNDK, actually having a pullback today. Had that beautiful squeeze in after hours, exactly like I called for yesterday, and actually took some profit as that hit 1480 yesterday and after hours on my swing account on TTP. Then this morning it came all right up to where I thought it would, 1500 on the dot, and now having its huge reversal. Now I'm stopped out finally. My stop was back under yesterday's high of day, which is at 1417. So did just get stopped out at SNDK as I was doing these morning alerts now. So on the way down today, finally having that big pullback, and I love it. I love it. I love it. I was hoping this play wouldn't get up too high, but in the end, I'm not. It's going to suck because I said 14 26, because Kevin said 1,500 for the week. Steve Achieve said 1,630. Florida Joe said 1,700. Caesar Rick said 2K. I was the last to give my prediction on Friday. My thing was, hey, come back Friday Night Live, a week from today. This was on Friday of last week, right? Last Friday night. Where are we going to be at? What's the high for the week? Kevin may get it. That might be the high for the week, how hard that reversal is. And now the fact that, 2K, I doubt's not going to happen now. Caesar in 2K, he's probably going, dang it. Even Joe at 1,700 is probably starting to go, ooh, I don't know, we're going to get up to 1,700 now. Kevin's loving life, and so is Steve. They have 1,500, 1,630. I'm out of it now at 1,426. I'm going to be I had to go under. I couldn't, all these different numbers, so I went low. I went $1 bob, essentially, and went 14.25 here. I saw something on the chart we could hold up there, which essentially was yesterday's high of day, so I was all over it going back to yesterday's high, and then we squeezed through it, and that's why I went long. Again, I think this play is still going to move and go locomotive style. The next best bounce play, in my opinion, is coming down to the 1250, 1270 area if you're looking for a dip buy for the move back on up. And then even lower than that, if it ever got back down to like 900, there was a lot of consolidation in the 900s, that would be the best dip buy for the move up if you are looking for SNDK long term. Now, if we do hold today, at least right now, which we're trying to hold, which is right around the 1388 mark, then we have room back on up. 1415, 1420, yesterday's high of day, normal high. Well, no, we could go higher than that, but that's resistance. Over that to 1435, that's resistance. 1450 resistance, and then 1455 resistance. Down below, under 1388, if we go down for more, support's going to be at 1360. If we crack 1360, she's going to see good pullback. Easy. And Tesla's still junky. Overall, choppier chart, kind of like NVDAs of the world. I'm just not a big fan of it. I mean, just out of the gate there, huge sell-off right before the bell. At the bell, more continuation of A384. Now we're ripping right back up to 389. Too inconsistent, too up and down to get day trades out of it, in my opinion. Large caps at the bell, just overall for the day. AMD is my favorite one, of course, than anything else today. Look at AMD, already up 20 points. I mean, this play is just going to start moving now. AMD is going to be your new barn burner type of play. I think that has a really good look today. Meta, back under 90. We just hit it under 98.50. Meta under 98.50 on high watch today for some more Dumperooski. Other than that, MU, SNDK, barn burner plays as well today. Whew. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. Yes, Cinco de Mayo was great, Louis. Hopefully your Cinco de Mayo was amazing. T-Web, yeah, and bounce plays just aren't really bouncing like they were. All right, sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet sauce, baby. All right, boom, 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 boom. Sweet. All right, got it all loaded up here. AMD, nice good move up here. We'll watch Meta here possibly for more continuation on down today. That one would be a good short opportunity. Meta here as it's going back down and testing that level right now. So Meta would be really sexy on the sexy sauce under 98.50. We'll see if we get that. That's what's messing up today. Gotcha. That makes sense now. I was like, something's going on, like a little lag in my computer here. Now I figured it out. What's going on? What's causing it to What's causing it to slow down a little bit there? All right. EVC had a decent bounce at 640 area. EVC, yep, little small bounce there. Just going through this. Really not seeing a ton overall on the board here for small caps today. E-I-E-I-E-I-O. So not seeing a lot in the small cap sector. Really seems like everyone has moved over to the large caps. I mean, it really seems like everyone's moved over to R. Yeah, OSS off earnings. So OSS off of earnings today. So OSS, it's squeezing on its earnings, had earnings, came out with numbers this morning. So OSS does have earnings report. That's moving up. So again, just what we've seen here recently is continuing to be the theme, where small caps aren't really doing much after the opening bell. If they are, it's coming from plays that had earnings. Yeah, IFRX has continued to climb a little bit. Being that EVC is not doing anything, we'll go to IFRX over here. Get a little bit of a pop right there from IFRX. Nothing that's that sexy in my opinion, but she's trying. She's moving a little bit there. AVTX down hard at the bell. Same with EZGO. EZGO's actually halted down at the bell there. Yowza. EZGO, let's see what this is looking like. What kind of gap down are we about to see? EZGO 162 is showing for a gap down. 162 for a gap down for EZGO. All right, I'm going to take a quick little break. I'll be right back in here, okay? I'm going to be gone for like 3 minutes, if that. All right, I'll be right back in here. 5 minutes at most. Nothing to trade right here out of the gate for small caps. Be right back in here.
What we're going to do right here is go back. Way back into time.
Okay. I mean, for small caps, wow. For small caps, absolutely. OSS, I guess, is your main runner for right now. OSS, the main runner. Other than that, really not getting a lot of good movement for the day. Other than OSS. A little bit from IFRX here into the opening bell. Not bad. Alma Bahama Mama. I mean, again, like what we talked about. What we were looking at in pre-market, we're not looking at anymore. I mean, we're not even looking at those tickers. I mean, I'm like looking at them, but I'm like, what am I looking at them for? I'm like, I'm gonna need to start taking them off the watch list, so to speak. Because it is nasty out. I will say that. It is absolutely nasty out. The meta not cracking under my 98 mark, unfortunately. Yeah, the mob is dead. Louis, yeah, yeah, EZGO, yeah, that too, yeah, both you guys, yeah. Yep. Hey, I have no idea why, but for whatever reason in the small cap space, I have no idea why I say I have no idea. The only thing I can think of is because of the large caps, right? What we're seeing there. Seeing crazy movement from MU, SNDK, AMD just going from, I mean, AMD to go from 350 to 430, and now that AMD is at $430, like that's just crazy. I mean, the fact that I have guys in it still at that $80 mark, you got to think they're in at $80, and it's all the way up to 430. Just absolute barn burner sauce. Finally, though, we'll go over to SNDK. Not surprised SNDK's having a red day, but I still feel this play continues to roll and squeeze and go. I'm still looking to get in on SNDK again for the move up. So I'm still looking to get in SNDK, just so everyone knows. I'm not fully like, hey, SNDK's done. This play definitely is on high watch for some continuation for sure. It's really bouncing off that 1380 mark from yesterday that I brought up. There's a little juncture at 13. It's really at 1390, but it's really holding that from yesterday really strongly. Just got another bounce off 1380 or so. SPY just matriculating here. Nothing too crazy to start off with. Oh, man, oh, wow. I was hoping AMD, and if it does, AMD, I'll just show you this, guys, because I would love to trade AMD. I'm itching to trade one of these large cap plays, finally get back in the large caps. If it can get over this 430 and 432.50 mark, again, how much range this has already, that's where I would be dipping in. I'd put orders off the 430. Oh, this is where I'd be looking to get filled, though. Right through this area for the next leg up and this thing to continue and squeeze. After earnings, again, most likely finds a low level, holds it, and then continues up. That's what we've been seeing from earnings. Today or yesterday, I didn't really get to watch this. I don't know if this was like a quick shot down and then back on up. May have happened, I guess, but we have this where they misprints, these little things right through here. I bet these were. But I bet this is going to be range bound for the day. Looking for a bounce play off 405 isn't a bad idea, or especially even if you crack 405, because you crack it, you only have this little juncture to hold you up right around 402.50. And if that cracks, then you're really got some juicy area to roll through on AMD. So that's why I'm definitely looking to trade AMD potentially today. So I'm looking at her. Kind of going back and forth. You should see this. So on this Thinkorswim, I have the 6 set up. So when I go over to my, so I have 4 here on the charts tab, or on the flexible grid, I should say. But on the charts tab, like if you saw what I had earlier when I had 6 pulled up, I really do have 6 stocks pulled up over here. So on the front side, on the flex grid, I'm watching AMD, Meta, SNDK, MU. And then on the back side of charts, I'm watching, well, I can get rid of 1G. I don't think 1G is going to do anything now, but I'm watching HUT, AVTX, EZGO, PMAX, and EVC. Just in case. You never know. Oh, we missed EUDA. Son of a biscuit whisker farts. We missed it. EUDA did it again. EUDA did it again, and we missed it. Son of a... The same move! I mean, it halted up at the same... Look at this exact same move as freaking last Wednesday. Look at last Wednesday. Is this not nuts? Oh my gosh. Wow. When it's starting a little higher, went a tad higher. We just missed EUDA, looking like it's going to open up at 2020. Now 19. It's going down to 9. All of a sudden, now it's 2020 again. So EUDA, oh, we just missed it. Oh, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. The EZGO all the way down to 90 cents, $1 today. Holy moly, the sell-off. I just really looked at that. Nasty red sauce out of the gate today. Holy shit. Imagine being an EZGO long-term trader and then this happens today. You thought the opening bell spikes up. It hits $3. Check out EZGO. Speaking of ease, EZGO down. Whoa, I mean normal. Nice spike from yesterday. You'd see, okay, this kind of see as in move from yesterday. Downtrend break from pre-market really essentially. And whoa, Nelly. Whoa, where are we going? EUDA, let's see where this opens up at. Oh, Aiken's halted now. AKAN. Aiken doing the halt game now, squeezing up here. So let's see if we can get some love here. Aiken. Is Q doing anything? Q is halted down. All the former runners are moving here now, team. What is going on? Q halted. No, Q is still live. Q moving, though. Looks like it is halted down, though. AKAN halted up. Looking like a small gap up there. EUDA halted down. Looking like a small gap down there. I called it out. Hey, I called it. Well, I called it large. Well, large caps were most of the movement. But small caps. Called it for the small caps. Everything we were looking at in pre-market, not looking at it. Not even doing anything. Look at EZGO. What the holy. OSS is the only new mover I see in small caps. OSS. Oh, let's go back to what? EUDA. What did it do last Wednesday? It's doing the same almost same damn thing today. And AKAN. The halt plays. Slow and steady movers just aren't doing much. EVC's not bad. It's trying for us. Other than EVC, as in from pre-market onward, that's the only one I'm still seeing. Jiminy crickets. All right, so Aiken halted up. EUDA halted down. We'll get rid of IFRX here. We'll go over to EUDA here. We're going to go over to Aiken here. Okay, why am I... All right, so we'll see what we get here. Oh my God, EZGO down to 82 cents and halted down again. What? What is going on? What is going on? New high of day. OSS just squeezed out of nowhere there. Nice quick pop. Nice quick pop. So we have EZGO halted down. Aiken halted up. EUDA halted down. What's going on? Q did not halt. EVC still on watch. Oh, the 640 bounce on EVC. I called this out. I forgot that I called this out. EVC, I called this out. I called this out. That 640 bounce you were talking about earlier, T, whoever called that out, I said it's got to hold this area right here. EVC was your best play that I alerted on the dot. Said watch for a bounce play. It's got to hold that 640 mark. It hit it right on the dot. It nailed 640 here right at the opening bell. Came right down to it. Swept it. Held it. Spiked right back on up. And it's got back up to 690. Still holding there. But that was the best alert and play so far of the day. Was the EVC bounce at 640. Back to the VWAP in 7. This play will be potentially, something we'll be looking at for, a little bit longer. And for the first time, more elongated from something we saw in pre-market onward. And I think a lot of it's just because we had a huge sell-off there at the opening bell, and it was really down, down, down. And so a lot of the time you can go up, 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 versus these plays that are maybe above the VWAP and bullish throughout pre-market. Those usually just can't get going for much more. Money. All right, so EDA, let's see if this goes live at 0502. Aiken would be 0415. 0415. Boom. All right, questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over? Aiken showing 32 for the gap up, so $1.50 gap up essentially. We are live, AKAN, and it did get that gap up. Volume though is still overall for the day relatively light on AKAN. Right now, the biggest volume candle is 25,000 shares traded in a 3-minute time frame. So that's the only thing about Aiken. The volume is absolutely super duper low. So it's going to provide for a pretty big spread there. Halt strategy is working, right? Came right down, nailed it at 30.50. Halt strategy is working. Spread on it is nasty right now. Spread on it is absolutely nasty. Let's see what we get on EUDA if this is going to go live here soon. It would be at 55.02. So 55.02 for AKAN. Big gap down. Big gap down. Big spread on it too. Big spread on it too. So Aiken spread, or not Aiken, I should say, EUDA, big spread. Big spread on EUDA. It's about $1, if not a little bit bigger. Just not giving us what we want to see from last week. We're getting that. We're just not getting that movement anymore. I think that was fun. It's still trying to continue. The halting plays are, as we can see, they're just not nearly as pretty as they were weeks and weeks prior. Yeah, Alma's one of those ones where I'd go for like I'd look to short that, but usually you'd get like an EZGO type of crack. I say, well, similar. But, it just hasn't given up. And then back under that 145, 150 area, look for a short. Or, of course, even if this gets back up to 185 to 2, would be a good short potential. Halted down again there, so EUDA is... no, we're still live. Actually, we're still live. EUDA is still live. Never mind. Still live. Spread's just crazy. And then we can see volume immediately dying right back off on Aiken. Small caps just... And I just saw that over on the Zendu, one of the last alerts over there, because it's really slow over in Zendu's lobby. Where there are times in the past where it's just nonstop alerting. The last alert from a true trader was at 48 after. So we're talking almost 20 minutes ago. It says, it seems as if liquidity is in the magnificent, if I can't talk, the Magnificent Seven. And it is. It's in the Mag Sevs. The Mag Sevens. That's getting crazy movement. You know, absolutely crazy movement. Yay, SNDK down for more. All right, that's good to see. I just want to get a good dip buy. It's just like, I just want to dip buy. That's what I want. And they keep coming down. Meta off my low of day at that 598 area. Now I'm looking back because I'm just now switching back to large caps. Well, yeah, I forgot. Let me go back and look at AMD. What's she doing? Meta all the way back up, essentially a 10-point move back up to 608. So big moves from large caps. That's where the movement's at, 100%. Even going over to, let's go over to Stock Rocks, which gets quite a bit of alerting. I can see all the way back to 48 after, which is not a good sign. And most of the alerts are just people putting tickers out there and a price next to them, which there are definitely some price movement I'm seeing here on BNRG. BNRG is halted up. So BNRG, no news on this play. BNRG is halted up. So BNRG is halted up for whatever reason. Going to see a decent gap up, small to 401. The halt strategy is actually working out really nicely on Aiken. I will give it that. So, you know, trading that would have been, to me, the second best trade today, other than the EVC bounce at the 680 or 640 mark, I should say, that we talked about. Let's go over to real quickly. Holy fuck. I mean, damn. This looks like it wants to go for more here, too. This is absolutely nasty to get. You're just racing below the lower VWAP band. I mean, the fact that I'm seeing it that far below it for that long. I mean, good night. God. That's just nasty. BNRG, though, let's go to this real quickly. Halted up. Don't see any news on it. No news on it. I just clicked on that on the other side. I have no idea why this halted up. We're seeing a lot of this. Probably gets a small gap up and probably, I would imagine, comes right back on down. Almost be one to test for the short, to be honest. These plays are just not holding up anymore. So it'd be kind of one of those ones where you're like, man, I'd really love to do a tester short on this. Alma's still holding. Yeah, Alma's still around like we talked about. Yeah, it's funny. I was talking about that. Yeah, Alma's still around. Let's see. What's up, AK? Can you explain what happened post-evaluation? Do you have to make a certain amount before you're eligible for a pay? Yes. Also, for me, it's all about that bounce plays and shorts. Yeah, so James. Yeah, so essentially, once you have a funded account, you have to wait 2 weeks to you can only do it every 2 weeks. So if you did one, you have to wait 2 more weeks. But point being, you have to make, like, again, if you have a 5K account, I'm pretty sure it's 700 you have to make, and then you could start paying yourself out. But it's good to build a little bit of a buffer and go to, like, say 1400 and then take 700 out. So then you still have 700, you know, you're still 700 up, right? Don't go right back to zero. You know, a lot of people just want to, it's like, I got 300 in the account, I want all 300, you know, and then you wipe, and then you have that chance. And that's what most people do. I know why, because what happens in the end is they end up blowing their funded account. Well, I took a couple payouts, and then, well, I know what you did. And I said, I'd gotten the one-on-ones. I'm like, why? Well, why did you take just a little bit out? Why are you a kid in college? And then they're always like, I know. I'm like, why are you the kid in college? Like, as soon as you have money, you go spend all of it. I was the same way. I'll never forget freshman year of college. Mom, you know, I had like a budget. My mom, you know, of course, mom and dad, but dad didn't. He was never involved. He was the one that made all the money, you know, but he was never really never involved with the money. What that went out. That was always between me and mom. Just because he didn't care, you know, he's like, whatever. Not that it was a lot, you know. His point being, it was just like one of those things where he just like, that's not his thing. It's funny because that's all I do in this house. It's funny, I take on kind of both roles, my mom and my dad. But God, still holding the halt strategy, man. It's kind of sexy, but it's illiquid with low volume, and the spread's nasty. So getting out of it would be hard. But anyway, point being, I'll never forget that freshman semester going up there, and I don't know however far I was in. Arvis Bank, boy, I mean, it's just because I didn't realize I'd be like how when I got to I'd whatever anyway. Yeah, how often I'd go to overdraw, you know, and I'd anyway. Mom, I forgot exactly how that worked out now, but mom found out, or I'd go too big, kept asking for more. Anyway, I learned my lesson decently quick and learned how to manage money a little bit better. But right out of the gate, because I was just surprised. I was like, man, it was crazy because how frugal I was in high school. Like I kept like 9-10 paychecks. Like I'll never forget. I locked it like it mattered, as if someone was really gonna steal it. But it's still there. My badass desk. I mean, we're talking old school wood, and that motherfucker probably weighs 500 pounds. I mean, I'm just kidding. It weighs a ton. It's real wood. But in the top right hand, there's you can lock the cabinets. And so in my top right hand one, I'll never forget collecting when I worked for back to the Mean Pig. When I worked for Mean Pig, it had to have been like 9-10. I mean, I swear it was close to 10 checks. And Buddy was finally like, one day I was like, "Are you gonna cash those?" He said like, blah blah blah. It said to me like, I was like, he hadn't come like, "Oh crap!" And I didn't know it really affected them for whatever reason. Again, I'm young. I'm 17, right, or whatever old I am, about 17. Not thinking that is even a thing. I'm thinking that they've already budgeted that and it's already out of their pocket, And anyway, it's so funny. Like, oh shit, my bad. I'm sorry, buddy. I'll go. Cash all those. And so I didn't open it was funny. I didn't open a bank account. I was so frugal. I'm like, I'm gonna keep all, and it was awesome, because I kept it all in a check form, even when I had cash. I did spend it on like that one time, like where I always talk about. I got a dumbass turbo. Like I had the Eclipse, and I thought, hey, I have a Mitsubishi Eclipse. I know I see Fast and Furious, and man, you just got to slap a turbo in there. I heard, and these things can go. Maybe I'll get some NOS too. I go up there. I get a piece of shit stock. By the way, broke ass piece of shit turbo from off eBay, thinking I could just take this turbo up to wherever. I'll say any, but there was a couple like back then, those little garages or whatever you want to call them that customized on the imports and stuff. And so I remember they pretty much just laughed me out of that place, and I was like, I'll never forget being so pissed how I just wasted all that money. And so, but I still always was so frugal in high school. I mean, I got into college, and I guess because I finally had a bank account. I think that's what it was. Now thinking about it, and I had a card, and it was just like, just, oh my God, EZGO, continuing to dump down. I told you this one looked like it wanted to go from more. God, I almost really got into that one just to see how much further EZGO can go. It's really now I don't want to get into EZGO, but it just look. I mean, the lower VWAP. I mean, this just reeks like it wants to go for more. I mean, it just really reeks of I am going to go nasty. I'll just stab in it for fun. EZGO. I'm just gonna stab in at this just for fun to see if this doesn't dump down for more. This play is just absolutely crazy sauce. Here, hold on, let me let Margo in. Come here, Margo. I hear you. Go sit down. Go lay 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 down. OSS dying out. OSS dying out and Aiken. Good night almighty. AKAN. Nice, beautiful player. Halt strategy working out like a charm there, actually. I know volume is a lot lower, but that is a great area to look for a bounce play again. So if you're looking for a bounce play, somewhere right around, I'd say 31 to 30, 50 area would be your bounce area for AKAN. BNRG still halted. BNRG is still halted. But yeah, James, point being, yeah, go back to your question, build up a buffer. And yes, essentially, there's no timetable. You just have to build up, just like when you built up real regular 30-second hold, 10-cent wins. They got to count, and the stupid 5% roll to or whatever. You can't have some trade, you don't want crazy big trades or whatever. And they're looking to get rid of all these rules soon, which I can't wait for. That way you could just go trade. You don't have to worry about, well, I couldn't help it. This play just dumped away, or this play just went like TCGLs of the world. That play in the end, like those plays sometimes may not count because of how big of the profit is, which sucks. And you're like, because your average profit, like that's just dumb. Like you can't help when you catch one of those. So anyway, regardless, long as you like again, I think if I'm not mistaken, I always remember the $5,000 one. The $5,000 account, you get $700. You can go withdraw it. And then again, it's every 2 weeks. So there's really no certain rules to it. Just the fact that you just have to get to your withdrawal stage, your withdrawal area, I should say, and anything over that you can withdraw. That's why I usually built a buffer up, and I'm just saying, hey, I want this to go all the way to, if I went say I want to get up to 1,500. I think mine on the 100K account, I forgot what it is anymore. I think it's like 2,700, 3,600. I don't know, something like that. I forgot. 4K. I forgot the number anymore. But I don't even look at it. I just build it up, and then once I get to a certain mark, you know, I'll keep checking it and checking it and checking it, which this year I haven't really had to worry about it that much because, well, I'm not making too much money that often, unfortunately. Lately with the halt plays, yes, I will say that. Lately with the halt plays, for sure. AKN, I don't see it halted down yet. It may have looked like it was going to there, Louis. Yeah, we got BBRG halted up. Oh, BBRG. So another one's halted up. So BBRG's halted up too as well. I think maybe you meant BNR. Okay, you're tricking me now. Okay, you're tricking me there. Oh, you guys, quit tricking me. Don't be tricking me now. BNRG's now showing 469 for resumption price. 469 for BNRG for resumption price. Sitting pretty good so far. Look and see if this can't continue to go down for more here on EZGO. Again, EZGO, I just went in 1,000 shares just to see what would happen at 51 cents. So I'm in at 51 cents. Like, it just looks like it wants to chase down. If it gets close to the 30 cent range into 25 cents, it looks like it's actually about to halt down now, and it just did. Wow, it just halted down. Gee golly. So again, in 1,000 shares on EZGO at 51 cents. They're showing BNRG resumption time at, or not time, but price at 478 now. 478. EUD8, another major reversal back on down. So it kind of chopped around for a minute and then just had a huge sell-off. I'm going to remember that now, honestly. And anytime we can ever catch EUDA, the first halt down, get in. Because every time, just like the last time, if you would have got in like 22.50, this time it was right same price or so, oh my gosh. I mean, you just ride that out. Play just dumps away. PMAX just got to pop. PMAX just got to pop out of nowhere. So let's get rid of OSS. This play is slower than dirt at this point. PMAX trying to U-shape or double U-shape around new high of day. New high of day for PMAX. OSS had that earnings calling in. It's just been flat. I think it's going to sit that way. Of course, it is earnings. Sometimes that can happen. Boy, oh boy, oh, where's the best bounce play? I would say of the trend line, you can start it probably from low of day. I would put mine in right about right there just because there's more touches on it. You know, if I start it from right here, there's just a lot of touches on this line right through here, right? So that's where my trend line would be. So somewhere right around 280, if you did it this way, right, you're still going to end up relatively in the same spot, right? So we know this is some strong support. 275, 280. Would be what you're looking for a bounce play on PMAX there. Now, again, nice new high of day run, up 50% on the day. Nothing too crazy, but that's what we're working with. BNRG is now live. So BNRG, small gap up there to 422. So it was a decent-sized gap up. Upper VWAP band and lower are chasing up, which lets me know this play wants to try to hold that halt strategy area right around 385. If it was a bigger gap up to 480, I would definitely look to touch this possibly. It wasn't as big as a gap up that I thought. And as long as it was halted, I don't know that traders are going to be as enthused as if they would have been if it did open up at 480. So we are seeing a little bit of buying, trying to hold down, right? You can see the halt strategy really working out today there on Aiken, holding up there pretty decently since then. I know the volume's low. This one's random. We have been at least looking at Aiken, so there was a reason to at least look at it or trade it. There is no reason to trade this, but it is holding. And again, what will happen here soon is that upper and lower VWAP band is creating a road right now. This is a road map for you guys. What's going to happen is it's going to pull a, what was that chart this morning that ran straight out to the right? EUDA is live, by the way. Oh, what was that pre-market runner? Was it EVC? No, it wasn't EVC. It was, what was the other play? Gosh darn it, I forgot what the other play was. Oh, yeah, you're good. I'm already at 550 bounce plays and short, baby. Yeah, there we go. Good job, James. Yeah, James, just build the buffer up, and once you build the buffer up, then don't take it all out either. Just take out what you think is good, and just see how it works. Like, we want to withdraw 400, just withdraw a little bit, see how long it takes to get it, yada, 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 whatever, right? That's what I would do. That's what I did at first too, just to get used to the system. Like when I first got TTP, I was like, well, I'll download the demo, and it took me, and I'm glad I did it because I had a couple of mess ups, on the chart, getting used to orders and then even the box, and then going from short to buy and all the cover. It doesn't say short and cover, it says buy and sell. So getting used to that and where everything's at and yada yada yada. So yeah, it's good to do that way. Take it slow. Yeah, 63,000 shares on being. Yeah, that's why it's a little illiquid for sure. Now volume finally does, of course you can see pick back up here after we are unhalted, obviously, and people are going to be looking at it. I called it. Upper and lower VWAP band are going to flatten out here, and this play just becomes flat. So I see this far too often where we go up, and then boop, and then little. It's so fun. It's like a road. Does it not look like a road? This back here is the slow lane. So if we scroll back, this is like the slow lane. It looks big back then, but now we go back like this is kind of like really. Like this is like city driving, right? We only have one lane on each side, one lane. Then we go to 4 lanes, right? We're going up this beautiful highway in 4 lanes. Then we create this 6-lane highway, 3 on each side, and we just kind of chop around in between it. But it just looks like a road to me, where this is the middle lane and the median, right? That's the middle lane median, your divider. And then you got people driving on both sides of it. Not that truly is how that works, but it just looks like that is what I'm saying. I just tried to draw down. Yeah. Love it. Boy, EUDA, another halt down. So EUDA going for another halt down right now, team. Absolutely getting annihilated. I'm telling you, from now on, EUDA, that really is going to be something I look for if that play ever pops. I almost want to keep it on the radar on it, like on the daily, so to speak. Woo! SNDK MU down for more. SNDK MU down for more. So I got the pops I wanted. I almost got 7, and I took profit. I mean, yesterday I saw the squeeze coming when I got in. Entry price was $651 on MU yesterday. If y'all remember seeing that on the stream, that thing squeezed all the way to $684. So I took some shares there. And stop loss was again at yesterday, essentially at entry price, yesterday's high of day. And SNDK, same thing. I wanted 1,500. Well, I got 1,500. I didn't get to take profit there, but yesterday as we squeezed up, as we were hitting the 1470s, I was telling myself, man, 1475, that's a good price already, Josh. And so I took half on both of them. Meta is absolutely on a skyrocket. BNRG, shit, man. I thought about shorting that. BNRG, absolutely nasty sauce right now. So BNRG continuing to dump down like EUDA. Put that in a 1-minute time or 3-minute time frame to tighten that up. BNRG back on down. Nothing's really holding today at all. Going back to Meta. That's right. Meta. Whoo! What a barn burner here we have today. Bouncing off that pre-market low area, and we are ripping. We ripped 20 points back on up. SPY has been slow and steady at this all-time high area. Holding 728 area, 727.50. And I, again, still feel we stayed trapped today. We might go up a little higher, but again, a little slower day today, as we're seeing some sell-offs here from some of these major runners like AMD, SNDK, MU, all starting to see that sell-off. Wowza. Yeah, BNRG halted down, T-Web. Down she goes. Just nothing in small caps here today. Nothing. Nothing. Meta looks like it wants to squeeze and go for more here and get to 620. If it gets over high of day, it's going to see a quick spike to 620, but it's not going to go too much higher. Why? See how we continue to run into this upper VWAP band but can't escape it and get over it a lot. Going back to like plays like maybe EZGOs of the world. Now, come on, one more leg down. Come on and crack this bear flag, baby. Come on. Right? You don't see this. You just don't see this that often. You just very rarely see that. Margot, stop. Now. I wanted the 470 area to 5. Yeah, that was nasty. BNRG, beautiful short right there if anyone caught that. Absolutely beautiful. And even today, you know, talking about MU, AMD, good moves to the downside. You know, those out of the gate for MU and SNDK, really big moves. I know those are really high price, but really good moves today out of the gate. How are we looking elsewhere? Let's go across the board here. Apple, nice strong day to the top side. Nice strong day to the top side. ARM has earnings today, a little, well, still good movement though. I mean, you got to think about the range. 334 is the high, 320 or so low. That's some big range from ARM. Big range from ARM. Microsoft, same thing as Meta. Dip at the bell, ripping right now. Dipping and then ripping right now. So we are having some good moves from the Mag 7 plays up today. Meta, Microsoft, NVDA. AMD's not doing so, but after earnings, I get it. Apple's up today. Google's a little sideways. I don't know what all is in the for sure. The Mag 7, I forgot what they all consider. Tesla's up today, though. So finally, Micron saying just getting some pullbacks. Healthy, of course. That lets us know that, hey, this place still could have some room to run for sure. All right, there we go. There's that bear flag crack. There's that bear flag crack right there. We go. There we go. I'm going to take 200 shares right now. Easy go. Easy rider. There we go. Nice, good move. Let's get it. Come on, easy go. Give me the 20s now. Give me the 20s. Give us the 20s. Give it to us, baby. We'll go to a 3-minute time frame now on this play. Trying to hold this old resistance anywhere from around $3.10 into $3 from PMAX. There's that quick little reversal on new. Again, that upper VWAP band starting to show its strength there. Give me the 20s, easy go. I have no idea, especially if this gets down to the 20s. That's nuts for easy go. OSS did just hit new high of day, so if you're looking for another slow and steady mover, Aiken's really is starting to lose its volume. Hey, we saw some of the break, right? The downtrend break, we missed it, halted up. Halt strategy worked out, so we had one leg that was about $4 from 26 to 30, and then we had another one from 31, we'll call it a Sharia 30, but another, $4, $5 spike. So this was leg 2, this was leg 1. She's really looking done at this point. OSS real slow as well right now, but again, a little bit better volume on OSS. Oh, we're halted down. I didn't realize EZGO halted down, so EZGO is halted down. Give me the 20s though. Give me the 20s, EZGO. Give me the 20s, baby. All right, I have a one-on-one in 30 minutes. 30 minutes, team. I'll go live for about 10 to 15 more minutes. Then I'm going to take a break. Any questions you guys want to go over? Anything you guys want to go over? T-Web, Mr. James. Both my James in chat today. We got 2 James in chat. Louie. Daza. Oh, Daza got a busted move. Good luck today. I love it. It's all good. Good. Have a good day, Daza. Looks like you're already out 10 minutes ago. Oh, yeah. I said this, though, Oh. But I mean, I was like, hey, oh my. When I came in and saw the same kind of stuff that we've been seeing, like, boy, oh, here we go again. Here we go again, like, what can you do? Nothing. Large caps providing for some good move today. And really the good plays today, if you, again, halt-wise, that worked out. EUDA's working out really nicely. I'd bet BNRG goes red for the day and works out and goes all the way back down and goes down to 2s. Makes a whole full sweep move up to down, round trip move. Easy, and then there's EZGO, which has been absolutely crazy. I'm just jumping in on this momentum trade at this point. Like, there's no way this play just doesn't dump down for more the way it looks. I'm a Bahama Mama. Anything that has low float today across the board, just not cutting it. I mean, you're talking just everything today with low floats. Just they didn't do anything today. Going back and look at any of the low float plays, then I look at the Momo scanner and high of day scanner. Yet nothing. The plays we're looking at, PMAX and BNRG have been the main ones, and OSS was the most kind of a recent one that has momentum to it. Nice reversal from Meta there off that upper VWAP band. Probably seeing that, I bet, for a large cappers across the board there. I bet we're seeing some pullbacks there. At least at the top and high of day. Yeah, a little bit from Apple, a little bit from Tesla. Nothing too crazy. Google, big reversal off that high of day area. Microsoft, though, continuing to climb. So Microsoft definitely continued to go on a banger move here. We'll put Microsoft up so you can see how much of a move this has made today. Right off a line, too, I have in, which is nuts. Boom. 405, 406. All right. Yeah, slower day, though, T-Web. Anyone else out there? It's just slower. Large cap, and again, go back to February. This is exactly what happened in small caps. Unfortunately, even worse this month and this time around. Hey, at least we have prettier weather. You know, like it's really nice out here in May. It's been. This is really, because I looked at the extended forecast. This is kind of crazy. The March, April, and May we're having. Like I know we just really started May, but it's already 6 days in, which is nuts. But I was just looking at the extended cast, and yeah, it's like, whoa, we may not see a day, you know, knock on wood, till June. I'm like, I want to ask, I'd have to get into Ask a Meteorologist, especially if we do. I'm like, hey, unless I hopefully hear it from one of them and say, this is the first time since blank we haven't had a 90 degree day this year. That's crazy, you know, that's absolutely nuts. So, anywho, but yeah, March has been gorgeous. April's been gorgeous. It's been absolutely beautiful out. Oh, raw event team. Microsoft continues to climb here. I would say, you know, for large caps, I'm going to go kind of across the board here to see if I really start to see any chart that looks good there on the large caps. To say, hey, here's where I'd go to look to get a trade in. Tesla, look for a bounce play at 390 into like 389. 390 to 389 would be really nice for Tesla. I like that. If it gets back down there. NVDA's already got its bounce, which I would have said somewhere right around 203. So you could watch for one more bounce off 203. VWAP's moving up into it. But then also on the opposite side of that, you know, watch for the crack of that would be a good short potential there too. It's really not a lot out there, honestly, when I'm looking across the charts there. Microsoft is up and away. Meta, same thing. I would say Meta, watch for a bounce play off of 610. I don't know if it's going to get back down to pre-market high, though, but pre-market high would be a great bounce if it got back to it. It just seems like Meta, Microsoft, these plays want to continue to climb and go. I mean, Microsoft just ran, yeah, I mean, just continues to climb. Look at that. Huge big move there from Microsoft. BLM in slow and steady with earnings, nice. Yeah, those are what's kind of working today. I mean, those type of tickers, BLM, yeah, nice. Yeah, from earnings, yeah, still slow and steady, a little bit lower volume, you know, in pre-market, but now in market, definitely getting some better volume there. I see it, brother. I see it. Squeezing. BLM and what we'll do here, since OSS another one that's off earnings, it's slow, but BLM at least moving to new high of day area. So this isn't bad. You know, bounce play would be nice on it. I don't know that we're going to get one, though, but to be back off of the 780 area, 790 area. It's a slow mover, not a lot of movement on it, but that would be your first bounce play, 790, 780. And then again, back down here around the 745, 750 area. For PMAX, if you're looking for a bounce play, that trend line is going to have to hold, and I think we do get a decent bounce there on that trend line. So watch for a trend line bounce potentially there on PMAX. Other than that, watch for the squeeze up to new highs. PMAX over 335. We can see here this play bottom right-hand corner, so it's got some room to run. Let's go to the 4 hour, see if I can clean up that daily a little bit there. Not too much, but over pre-market or over high of day 335 area. Watch for spike to around 350. Over 350, I think we get a decent move then up to around well, no, not much, but up to around 365, and then over that to then 385 for PMAX. So those would be some levels on the way up for PMAX if you're looking to trade it. I'm going to take the break right now, team. Chit-chatting it up with you guys. I appreciate every single one of you for coming over today. I'm around all day long. I only have they'll have the one-on-one from 11 to would not be 11 to noon Eastern, right? Yeah, 11 to noon Eastern, and then I'll have an hour off, and then somewhere in that hour I'll obviously jump back on the mic, see what we have going on if there is anything. Then I have the lunch recap with Trade the Pool from 1 to 2 Eastern today, just like every Wednesday, every Monday, and every Friday for that matter. I'm taking the break now. Still in EZGO. Should have maybe wrapped it all up there at that 32-cent mark. I thought we'd start to see the 20s, but I'm still in at 51 cents. Wanting this play to crack back on down, wanting it back down into that 32-cent mark. If we do see low of day area again, I'll probably take some more, another 200 shares, and then just continue to see if we can't continue to climb down. Finding a base though in bottom. So again, may not get any more. I may have got the last little bit of move on EZGO, but that's the only trade for me today in market is EZGO. Just getting a little piece of the pie for EZGO. I will see you guys here in just a bit. I'll jump back on the mic maybe right before my one-on-one to see if there's anything that's moving. Other than that, you know, guys, it is a lot slower today. Please don't try to go for home runs. Take your base hits. If you're green, walk away. Come back tomorrow. It is a slow day out. I'll put some jams on for now as we move into the one-on-one over the next 20-25 minutes. Lost boys, lost girls, bang a ring. I love you. I'll see you back in a bit.
UEC, you are something, right? I look at sector and industry rotation, right?
So I may have to mute because my standing desk is actually getting delivered. I'm seeing on my camera, but
Aha.
we got a visitor and a hilarious comment. Josh, I think I held up the spy just fine since yesterday. Yes, Josh, I will give
Josh, you have big shoulders, my friend. You have big shoulders.
I will give you the props and the kudos. The fact that it ripped all day yesterday after we left, and then right. So that's where we left you around here. So yeah, it ripped all day yesterday, all night, and now we're into the highs. So good job, Josh. Keep it going.
Good job, Josh. Good job, Josh.
Oh, Trump, this is what's going on. Driven market is here.
And if I get cut on both, I lose $15. So the way that I'm looking is if Tesla wants to make a rip, it's going to do it today. Let's see if it.
Well,
does
everything's
make a
ripped today, right? So it should.
Yeah.
In
So
theory.
it should get exactly right. And so sometimes I look at that, like what hasn't partaken in the rally and try to jump on those. That was my TSM call, right? Well, it hasn't partaken, but it's strongly correlated with these names. At some point, it gets to lift.
Josh, yeah, my kids can eat. Definitely off today's returns. My kids could eat lobster for a month. Not that I'm going to feed them lobster for a month. They're getting peanut butter and jams, but they could if I felt so inclined.
Man, that LEU trade, man.
Lobster.
That LEU trade was such a pretty one, man. And the fun part about this one is look at the long-term trend on LEU. This is breaking now what I love. I love charts that break long downtrends and then start to work back bases, right? That's what LEU has here. It's a 7-month downtrend of 54%. Gives you potential of this coming back half of the trade and going up 34%, 76 points from here.
The old
Jumping back on the mic, nothing in small caps other than nice, slow, and steady move. OSS slowly squeezed out of that little channel we were in, went up a nice, good, had a nice, good little spike there. BLMN is a little bit slower of the two, so again, 790 to 780 for a bounce play, or down below at 750. If you're looking for a bounce play on OSS, I would come back down to the old resistance support area, which is probably going to be somewhere right around 1470 or so. And then the bottom area is going to be right around 14, maybe a tad above it. Those will be your two main plays other than PMAX. PMAX trying to hold this trend line right here. If it comes down below at 275 area dip, and then we have for sure even down at 250 would be good. I don't think this play cracks away for the day. I think the upper and lower VWAP band have it trapped, and it stays trapped as we move through the rest of the next hour. Plus, still seeing if EZGO will crack down. Every time it gets to new lows, I'm slowly scaling out, just hitting, when it hits the new low, like the 30-cent range. I'm still in 400 shares, I think it is. 300 shares now. 300 shares as it slowly winds down, hopefully to get down into the 20-cent range, which would be nice. And my only day trade so far today is EZGO. That is it for me. Other than that, it's been an easy going, to say the least. Oh, and I was right, BNRG. I forgot to go back to BNRG. BNRG, check this out. It did go not only back to, it went into the twos and went all the way down to the ones. This had that look of these plays that, it just continues to crack back on down. I wish I would have shorted this. This was a beautiful, beautiful mover right here. I'm just, again, trying to remember these plays when what we see, like why I traded RDAC a couple of last week, and that acquisition play in the chart. Like, this play is going to squeeze. I just noticed these plays, they like to go and start to halt up, and RDAC went bananas on about a 20-point move last Wednesday. So again, it's just one of these plays when I see these halt up, and I know we're halted for a very long time, and it has this just nothing behind it. A lot of the time, these plays go all, look at this. It's just almost the same thing. Red, channel, red down, channel, red down, and then finally we find the bottom. 1, 2, 3 floors down. Absolutely perfect on the way down there. Now the trend line is holding here on PMAX. So that's nice to see, again, slow and steady as we move through this next hour. And again, bounce plays on BLMN would be right around 790 to 780. And then down below that at 745. Bounce plays on OSS are at 1470 area and the 14 area. SPY at all-time highs, ripping and roaring. Come on, EZGO. Do the opposite of that and just dump. Just go back to zero. Back in a bit, team. What's up, fam? How we doing? Really nothing much going on here in the small cap space. Really dead. We do have EVC that popped back on up above the VWAP and 7. Finally broke out a little bit there. SMX with the pop up a little bit there. PMAX as well. I'll keep EZGO right here. Easy Rider. Good gosh almighty. What a dump of Rusco that was today. That was fun to be a part of. At least a little part of that. But we do have SMX. If SMX cracks back below 160, I will put EVC back on watch instead of it. But those would be the two plays to keep an eye on, and PMAX as well. So those would be your three main plays for sure. So we'll go with PMAX, SMX, and EVC on watch as of now. All right. Rocking and rolling. Yeah, and I actually accidentally added back into my trade when I was trying to get out, so that's why now my average says 48 cents. I was like, oh, dope! I didn't mean to get it in more. I meant to get out more. Anywho, it's all good. So that's why the cost base is at 48 cents now, but still nice, good rocking and rolling on the way down there for EZGO. I'll put the link out here for you guys. Heading over there. I will see you guys back in just a bit over on the live stream here. I will be, oh, that's right. I have earnings today. I forgot about that. Earnings. I do have earnings today. ARM, I'll be covering that this afternoon. ARM and app. Two big ones to look at today. ARM, app, Dash. So we got a few ones so I can look at today. That'll be fun. So we'll go over now. We'll do the lunch recap now. And then I'm, for the day, I'm done with one-on-one, so I'll have some time to spend with you guys here in just a bit before we have the afternoon earnings report stream on TTP. Back in a bit. Live here. It is our lunchtime review, and right on cue, looks like we got a doorbell pretty soon here. Let me know when you're here, and we can hop on into it. But guys, we've got some good stuff to talk about here today. We are not seeing much of a slowdown in SPY. It's still going. I think it's going to keep going. Let's get charts loaded. So you can see in the bottom left, I've got IREN. That's a day trade I'm in, and I think it's going to be a swing trade, very least part of it there. So I'm looking forward to seeing if these guys can continue to hold the line and push up into the close. I'm liking this candle here on the hourly on IREN. So we're going to keep on watching that guy there, as well as pull up a few other of the big movers. Somebody at the door? Well, doing great, Josh. Good to see you. How's today's treating you so far? Yeah. Oh. I think we got into the sand trap here a little bit. This is a bit tough. So a bit of a haircut. Looks like we were trading up to $3 this morning. Currently sitting at 19 cents. Josh, what happened? What? It's wild.
It's not looking great. So where did you get in on this thing? What was the setup? Yeah. Okay. Right about where? I'm curious. Oh, wow. Dang. Beautiful. So I love that you're willing to get short on the crack of a dollar if it looks that weak. Because, Josh, you know what it looks like when they're buying that dollar level. So great read on that part. I would have been too scared to do this, but I love that you're like, hey, this doesn't matter. I'm going to miss a big move every day. That doesn't mean I can't make the easy move too. If you see that it's dead, it's dead. So got to give you the little bit of an applause break there, Josh. Great trade, great trade. That is tough for the investors. Let's put it like that. Now I got to pull up a daily chart just to see what kind of crimes this thing is doing. Oh my goodness, that's some crime right there. So yesterday this thing was trading between $1.27. That was its previous trading range. That thing juiced up to $2.60 and all the way up to $3, testing the big breakdown gap before completely washing out. So man, this thing looks as dead as a stock can probably look in my book. That's terrible. Whew. Oh wow. Yeah. Oh, has it or is this okay? All right. So this is not a real. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. I love it. That's just a gnarly wipeout. It reminds me of I don't think it's on. I think it's delisted by now. But you remember the MULN? Yeah, it's not on here anymore. But yeah, Mullen Automotives, aka their CEO's personal piggy bank. So yeah, gotta make sure you don't get caught in a dilution trap there. Wow. All right. So, Josh, before we get into too many more fun little tickers here, I do want to talk about the SPY Gex profile, just because it's clogging up my computer and I want to close it so we can maneuver here better. But I just wanted to let people know where we're currently sitting on our Gex profile here. So, in the morning session, I was trading futures with Dave, and we identified a really, really beautiful move off of those kind of jolting candles in the morning. Let me go to the SPY intraday chart so I can describe what I'm watching here, or what I'm talking about. But essentially, there was some jagged price action in the morning where, we ran up overnight. We were coming back down into the first half an hour, and it was having trouble finding its feet. But we did note just the absolute strength in the gamma chart, the big node pointing above. And I wanted to talk about that real quick because it was just really a clean setup. So there is, yeah. Oh, six. Well, how about that? That thing's wild. Yes, sir. Oh, wow. That is very pretty hammer candle. And MU. So, Josh, this is a tale of two sides for me. It's a double-edged sword because I am still in Micron. I'm very happy with my re-entry here at 500. Very happy with that. I saw the megaphone break. I waited for the back test of the clean level, and it's been a very easy trade since then. This one really messed with me, Josh. I was in long at 330, 340, right about here. I took this trade to 420. 420. Overshot a little, but I was fine with that. Waited for it to come back And you know what? I actually missed it this time. I was like, oh goodness, it's gonna squeeze. And I was like, I can't take the trade unless it comes back for me. It came too deep though, and I got scared because it undercut that low right there. It turns out that was a great day to buy. I recognized it a day late, so I tagged in. I saw after hours how strong this was. I was like, oh, it was a look below in reverse. So I tagged in right at open the next day at 395, 393, 395. Trimmed when it swept the previous high because I know I'll regret it if I don't. 9 times out of 10, 8 times out of 10. So trimmed here and then got stopped out, break even again. And I'm sitting here going, well, at least I trimmed. All right, 2 good trades. But, you know, the whole play for Micron was the big move, the big move that this whole thing was flagging out as. And you know what? This was a really, really gnarly undercut. And I wasn't ready to get involved until it was a little bit late. So if I had seen it here, that would have been nice holding these moving averages. But this was when the whole market was at that big inflection point. Are we going to gap up and go crazy, or are we going to tap back into the 200-day moving average before falling lower? So I wasn't ready to pull the trigger there. And Josh, this is where I feel like I got to give you guys the full picture. I didn't play it great, but I played it good enough because I still said, hey, I still got to get a piece. Even if I don't get the perfect entry, I got to get something.
Love it.
And this wasn't the perfect entry. It's at 500. I sold at 400, 20% lower, but yet that still allowed for a really easy straight shot move of 30% currently, 60% if you're in the MULL. So
beautiful. Hey, and that's the thing, getting pieces of the pie.
Thank you.
We always talk about it, getting bigger chunks of it, but it's get what you can.
Mm-hmm. And the last thing is, I'm not trying to, just victory lap here because I sold early too. I'm only in about 1/3 of the position remaining because I recognize that I'm buying high and I'm getting a big momentum surge and I got to lock some in. And I saw this top wick when I was in the waiting room at the doctor's office. I was waiting. There was that day a couple days ago when they were cooking me in the waiting room. And I guess that bad vibes trickled in. And I said, I don't know, could reverse, could post a top wick. I'm going to take a lot off the table because I just got 25% in a couple of days. So not perfect. I should have had conviction because the setup was very clean. It's still looking beautiful now. So that was 20% ago that I sold 2/3 of this. So I'll take the lumps there, but at least it's working. And I love that you're still getting involved because the name's so strong.
Yep. Yeah, I just took some of that off of that 10 shares. Just did 10 shares today. But yeah, that was an order I had in. I forgot to put that in that 630 area. So you got a bottom tick that as a bounce play, going back and looking at that. Beautiful, my friend. Beautiful. Yeah, I was going through my orders. I just took a little bit off here. Having some trouble at that 655 mark. I may just cut it if it gets back below 650 because it really could start dwindling back on down really hard. Good move though overall today, and continuing in my opinion over the next few days. Obviously, SNDK is going to be another one that's going to be on watch here. Good bounce for it today too as well. Just very big movement in my opinion is going to be had from SNDK and MU. Even AMD. I mean, AMDs of the world are going to really start to have some big movement now in range each day. I did not realize yesterday in after hours, which of course we have earnings to cover today. We've got a few to look at, but man, AMD with a barn burner yesterday.
Absolute powerhouse of a move. We were monitoring it for the futures, for the after hours trade, me and Jesse. We did identify the correct setup. It didn't come down quite low enough to fill us on our blind buy, strong bounce level to get a little mean reversion move off of. We couldn't put just a limit order in and missed the reclaim and back test of 350 very, very closely. So we didn't execute perfectly, but the idea did work great. When there's a name that's priced to perfection like this, very often it wants to go up, but it needs to come back down just a little bit and confirm that strength. So it got the double beat. The market, It flushed out first and then reclaimed with strength, and that what should have been the sign to tag on in. The real strength came on that earnings call, though, and that is a great indication for the sector as a whole, because sure, any one company beating on their actual numbers is good, but it's much more important for the sector as a whole when that guidance is so strong like this. And that's what we've seen on ON as well, and on A-Lab, on every chip that's reported has posted great numbers, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down. So I'm loving it, Josh. I think the sector is just hot, and still giving us really great trades.
You like McDonald's, you're loving it, huh? I'm loving it.
We gotta stay clear of the copyright, but yeah, something like that. I'm liking it a lot. How about that? One other
I don't
one.
think they say that anymore. Is that I know they did for the longest time, but yeah, I was like, I don't. Maybe they still do. I don't eat fast food or really see the commercials much anymore. But real quickly, EVC for small caps. EVC was a runner in pre-market, actually for once and after hours, and it's earnings. That's all we're looking at in small caps today. OSS is running. EVC is running, and both of those on earnings from yesterday. I think OSS maybe was this morning potentially, but both are on earnings today. So watching both of those, not trading them, sticking with my MU guns and my EZGO guns for the day. But EVC, nice little pop up here. If you're looking for a bounce play, I love it. Back around 720s, somewhere around there. And
yes.
Yeah, if you're looking for a short 775 to 785, that pre-market high is looking juicy. There's gonna be a lot of traders, as we say that word, infamous word, stuck. They're caught. Well, they are, and they're wanting to get out if they get anywhere close to that. So we could see a reversal at that area as well.
I love this, and I'm just noting this area that's been pretty in play for quite a while. Yeah, okay. So it was the first surge up, and it kind of started pivoting around this rectangle that I'm trying to drag out here. There we go. And what you're seeing is this pivot, the up, the down, the up, the down, all around here, spiking above, coming below, trying to test, breaking above. It is all forming this big high volume spike that I think Josh is probably either intuitively or consciously recognizing as a good place to come back down and refill for another push into that high up there where them boys is trapped.
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but
they're stuck like a bug in a rug. That's a tough spot to be in if you're, So you got to reach up, and the reason why this happens is because market makers see all these orders on the book saying, "Hey, just bring it up here. I'll get out. I promise, I'll get out." And they're going, "That's a lot of shares to transact up there. We could whip it up there pretty easy, couldn't we? Yeah, we could. Look at all these buyers. We could just let the gas off, trying to hold them back, surge it up, and then sell. Then it reduce our inventory size. Because market makers they're long down here. They're going to sell up here."
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Yeah, those bounce areas, it just comes out through the years of me doing it for so often. So, yeah, it's a combo of both, of not only knowing where it's at, but the intuitive side of it. And just now you've seen, just like MU, kind of forgetting about it. I'm like, oh, yeah, I called that out this morning, that area, and boom, I put orders in to get filled there because I loved it so much. And, yeah, that would be, there was like if we could trade one setup the rest of our career, it would be that. I would be a bounce trader because I can find them in any market, any stock. You name it. It costs $5. It costs $500. Bounce Machine Gene is what they'd call me. Bounce Machine Gene stepping up to the plate here. His real name's really Josh, but he likes the name Bounce Machine Gene, so we'll call him that today.
See, if you were in baseball, that would sound like you just ground out a lot. But I guess it's a good thing in this scenario.
I'm like only a 200 hitter, but I'm so good at sending guys home. So like I'm always out, but I'm getting a lot of ribbies, baby.
There you go. You're a team player, and we're all about that here at Trade the Pool. All right, I got to go through the GEX profile because you see how it took me like 10 minutes to get this chart to load. Got to give my computer some room to breathe. So I want to go over this morning trade here because this is why GEX is so useful and why I'm focusing on getting my dashboard ready for the public here, because I think it would really help you guys just in trading equities. Don't even worry that it's using options data. It's all about getting an informed position on, or an informed opinion on SPY's positioning intraday. So you guys are scalpers. You need to know this stuff. This is the setup here. So this morning, we saw an incentive to push higher right out of the gates. We came down. We had some pressure releases, these big red candles, big red candles, big red candles. So the idea here is we started watching what the gamma exposure profile was showing us after this first red candle. We have had about 20 minutes of data on the tape already. We see some sellers. We see the potential double top, but we also see that we are trading up from the open. So bulls are trying to carve a higher low and push higher. And it's our job to kind of piece together, play the detective and see, well, what is more likely? Is there an incentive to pull us down below? Because me and Dave, my good friend Dave over at Fivers, if you guys are looking for futures trading, that's a great way to do it. But we were talking about this big push up and then coming back into the neckline. So it was ambiguous. I was saying I could see an inside day, a small mean reversion downside day after this big rally, where if we lose this kind of rectangular neckline, we could flush down at least $5, at least $2-3, maybe $4 or $5. So that was the name of the game for me, watching this inflection point and seeing if, hey, on my GEX, if I'm seeing a bunch of puts coming in, drawing us down to the next level, well, then I'd be inclined to, follow that momentum. And vice versa, if we saw a big level up higher, that would incline me to believe, or that would make me inclined to believe that we were going to gravitate up that way. So that's the frame, and that's how we kind of use these tools. And now what we're looking at over on the right side of the screen is the actual information. Don't worry about all this chaos. All we're really looking at is this little chart in the center here. And what this is showing us is basically the amount of calls intraday and puts intraday that have been bought by speculators. So by me, by Josh, by institutions that are trading directionally, by everybody but the market makers. So what this is telling us is if we have a bunch of institutions buying a bunch of calls intraday, well, market makers, they have to actively hedge those. So they have to buy the underlying of SPY. They have to buy SPY shares to cover these calls in case they pay out. And that is a self-fulfilling prophecy, which yanks the price action up to the strike that is the highestly traded. Yeah, the highestly traded, the most traded strike there. So on our chart, what we saw very early was this same GEX profile. It was almost identical to this, even when we were trading much lower. And what it was showing us was that at 7,350, that was by far the dominant node. You can see it on this side as well, but especially clear here. And what this is telling us is that we really want to go up here. We're going to find a way to go up here. Dips will be bought until we get to this level, unless the guys who bought these calls monetize them, they sell them, then those come off of this chart, and then all of a sudden the market makers don't have to hedge against those, and the magnet to the upside drops. So that's the setup, and it was just a beautiful, beautiful move where despite, now I'll go into here, where despite these pressure release sells in the morning that were very scary. I mean, this looks like it was going to fall and go below and then have a lot of room lower. But instead, we saw what we call a bearskin rug day, you know? Any bear tries to get involved on a red candle, they're just going to get smacked within a few. And, you know, those bull hunters, they're going to make a rug out of the bears, hang them up on the wall here. And that's what we saw, just straight continuation once we finally got through those sellers, digested those sellers. Then we went to our home base, we tagged the strike. The strike was literally up here. And so really clean trade, and I just wanted to put that on your radar because this GEX stuff, it is no joke. All right, that's my spiel there, Josh. I'll close this, and now I can use charts. That'll be nice without getting a ton of lag.
You know the GEX, the Monday, Wednesday, Friday GEX breakdown, right? So you get a little GEX report, right?
Yeah.
So it's just a part of anything, you know, like this is TTP's live stream, the GEX report, brought to you by Steve the Achieve, and we'll think of some sort of somewhere we can get some extra dough, you know, like this segment brought to you by, and then we need to figure out someone that's sponsored by Wendy's, where today you can get a Frosty and a small fry for 99 cents. That's right, today go to your local participating Wendy's. 99-cent Frosty, 99-cent fry.
I'm all about it. You're making me hungry, though, Josh. Please have mercy.
Yeah, well, it's always food for me, so you got to watch out for myself. It's either food or music most of the time where I'm going toward my brain for whatever reason. But that's good. Everyone gets along with some good food. Everyone gets along with some good music. So, yeah, Tack, only 6 seconds. Hey, I'm good. Tack, I'm good with it, right? Just only 6 seconds. Yeah, right, exactly. And then someone said Jesse. I'm going with all the people I talk to, but I'm actually going over to My Music Muscle, asking a good question there. So today I added, and we'll put that in the chat real quickly. I meant to, once you got done giving a great GEX report, to put that up there on the watch board so people can actually read it too as well. And there it is. Show that. So Music Muscle asks, so today I added pre-market highs and lows with previous open and closes. Any tips? I think Josh said old resistance becomes new support, and old support becomes new resistance. Yes, not now, of course.
Beautiful.
Does that happen all day, every day? No. I mean, of course, nothing's 100%. You like it to be 100%, but that's generally what, yes, I'm looking for. Of course, go watch those videos. Of course, I just put a link out there on my YouTube. Well, that's a link to my bounce play lessons, and I have a part 1, part 2, part 3 that should come up pretty much right away. Go watch those over and over and over. Start with 1, then go to 2, and go to 3. Part 1's where I'm finding them and where you can find them. Part 2 is the retracement and kind of technical side of things. And then part 3 is truly how to trade them, like where your target should be and how to create your stop losses. So that'll really help you out. And yeah, I usually trade the top or bottom of the channel. So MU is a great example where today you could have traded maybe the top of it and bounce off of yesterday's highs. and the main resistance it built up yesterday, or you could have traded the bottom support it really built up yesterday for MU, which was right around that 630 mark. So that's why I like the bottom part. So it could go either way. You could find old resistance becomes new support, or truly old support will become support again. And so I was just basing it off of that main support and the big bounce we had yesterday right in the middle of the day. You can see there, which you can, right there. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for that to happen again if we came down to it. Typically, that's where you'll find it at. And then you go to the volume profile that Steve likes to show a lot, and then you're going to see that in there, whether it's a high node or low node. That's usually super high node or a super low node. And I love using the combo of those two. High is going to see a lot of volume through that. Obviously, like we just saw on EVC, it's traded very highly, a lot through there. And it's highly traded or highliest traded or whatever kind of Steve was saying for the contract. Same thing for that 720 area for EVC. It's either going to be heavy volume. It's been traded very heavily through that 720 mark. And then it also will show that on the chart. Old resistance becomes new support. The breakout zone there earlier from EVC where it just broke out, 720 was that mark. And so you add all these things together. The volume nodes there. The breakout part was there. We went from 720 straight up to 760. It was an old resistance support zone. So now I've got all these factors to come into play, all these caveats that now say, yep, you check mark, you check mark, you check mark. Now all these check marks are checked. Why am I not trading this? And it's kind of the same thing for MU and that market 630 for yesterday, or for yesterday now into today, where I said it's meeting a lot of check marks. And so that's where I went in to trade the bottom of the channel instead of the top of the channel, because there are more check marks to the bottom of the channel. And that's all I'm looking for. I'm using the chart, old resistance, old support, either one of them, right? And then I'm going to find which one of those has a very high volume profile or low. And then on the chart, what did we do? Did we really go from there? Like yesterday, 630, and that bounce right around 630 or so, middle of the day, we shot up. And where did we shoot up to? Well, we shot all the way up to highs into 700 or whatever we went to in pre-market. So that means it's a big mover. That's a good area. And so then the check marks are at the 630 area.
And real quick, just because I still have EVC on my screen, I just wanted to show, because this is the exact same thing that we saw on EVMUX, Jesus, this ticker is confusing me, on MU a second ago. And I just wanted to highlight, because it's really cool on a 15-minute chart, how clear Josh's bounce plays are. So you see the big surge pre-market just slicing. Where does it find the first inkling of mixed tape, as I call it, of a seller showing themselves? Well, there were top wicks here. It came down, formed two bottom wicks, then surged again. Yep. So usually...
And I'll say, not to cut you off, but 640 in that area you're talking about, I can go back and play at my morning alerts, that 640 area, and there's that low volume node. Boom. And that was my alert opening bell. I said, guys, EVC 640 is the bounce play. And then I went back later, kind of like we do with MU, and I go, oh, sweet, perfect. It did exactly where it was, right what it's supposed to do. It did what it was supposed to do.
Josh, it's beautiful. And I just love it how it looks on this 15, because you see that big surge up, and then this is where this kind of zone where it finds a seller but then continues to push up. I consider this a range now, a range. So I would expect it to play ball in this range until proven otherwise. So we get the big surge pre-market, which shows me this thing wants uppies, as I say. It wants to go uppies, It's got that juice. And when it comes down, what does it do? Well, the bears try all they can to break down this range and turn it from an accumulation range into a distribution range. But they fail. Where do they fail? Right at Josh's level, where the bulls redefined the strength here. They said, yes, this was easy, but we want more, and we will continue to buy. And so you can see they held the line on these wicks. And now I just want to show you guys on MU, because it was the exact same thing. This is systemic. This is systemic. Look, there it is. Big surge, first seller, and then there's our little bit of a range. But you can see that's so strong, right? So strong, and it just curves up. Curls on up. So now we have the bigger range expanded to here. Definitely sellers up there. And what we see is, okay, this little range needed to distribute a little bit. Just, everything's got to come down a little bit, but all it's doing is going up 2 levels, down 1 level, rechecking in with these exact same wicks that we were talking about. What does it do? It holds. And why is it such a strong candle off there? Because it held. If it did not hold, the buyers would not have flooded in. So this is a really, really beautiful example of this kind of repeatable setup that Josh is teaching you. So definitely go check out those playlists, guys. I know I will be this weekend, because I've skimmed a lot of your stuff and I've watched a good chunk, but that is not one that I've fully watched. I think I've only skimmed that one, so I need to do the due diligence there, because it's worth the full watch.
And like I said, you look at it at it was a $7 ticker in EVC. You're looking at almost a $700 ticker in MU. It doesn't matter where you're looking at in the stock market, you're going to find these things. That's all I'm looking for. Like, I feel like we're going into, that's another way to analogy. I feel like me and you are going into flea markets every day, like, antique stores, and we're antiquing. Like, all right, we're going antiquing today. What are we going to find? And we're waiting to find what we want. It's got to be the right year, the right color, the right model, yada, yada. And then, I think, Steve, I think it's it. I think we found it. It's it. It's the Funded Trader secret sauce, but they actually had a real copy there. It's got the smell. Yeah, right, and so, yes, exactly, right. And so that's what you're doing every day in the stock market. You're sitting back, you're waiting, and that's the secret sauce for me. If you can be that, you'll be a funded trader and you'll be successful in the stock market, but that's the key right there.
Josh, I got to interrupt you real quick because we have a trade setup that is starting to break out here on UUUU, I do believe. I'm going to try to trade it with y'all just in a small quantity for the funsies of it. I'm going to tag in 25 shares and look to add in off 1 minute moving averages. If it gives me this, it looks like it might shake and bake on out the top though. So trying to put my order right at the 23 handle just to get a foot in the door. This is a small size. I wouldn't go full size right here at the top of the flag. That's risky. Wait for the breakout and back test. That's where I would add. But I want to get involved with this and not miss it because it's going to be fun, I do believe. And Josh, this is one where the reason why I am willing to jump the gun just a tiny bit here, come on, let me in, is because I'm so bullish on this from a higher time frame perspective. On the right here, this is a monthly chart, but we're going to go to a daily, make it a little bit clearer. All right, we're just tagged in there. And what I want to show here is this is a major league base. This thing is no joke and fulfilling all the requirements for me. I love the little head and shoulder or inverted head and shoulders type bottom.
Yeah, I was like, what do you think I see? Immediately I was like, inverse head and shoulders.
I had to jump on it before you bit my analysis there, Josh. Otherwise, I got nothing to talk about. Come on, man. And so one other thing I just want to mention, you got this beautiful neckline of it, and that's why it jumped out to even me. And I'm not a big inverted head and shoulders guy, but this is what I saw. I saw that's a big chunky level here. We come up, we base, we surge above it there, and now we are pushing up off of it after a little fake breakdown, after kissing the trend line. To me, it's ticking all boxes saying it wants to go higher, and I'm really loving this. One more thing I really love is just how neat and tidy, I'm going to repurpose my neckline here, how neat and tidy this flip of 20 was.
So pretty.
So that is 20. And you see bang, bang, bang. And I always tell everybody, this is one of my highest probability setups. You look for 4 knocks on a level. When you get, the rule is 3 is standard, 4 is a gift. If you get 4 tests of a level, the probabilities increase very, very much so. I don't know exactly. I haven't back tested it yet. But I promise you, the probabilities of a 4th knock breaking through are so much higher than a 3rd knock. So if you get that 4th, you take it with a stop under here, and then you get the nice measured move explosion super quick usually. And you can see 2 times this measured move here, we transact it to the penny just about, and that's where sellers step in. Now it looks like we're pushing higher though, so I love this one. I'm still in it. It's a position trade. It's been chopping and bopping for months and months on me here. I added some here. I have not trimmed yet, and I think this one is going up higher because it's uranium and it's rare earth minerals and magnet production. We're going to need a lot of both of those in the next 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years.
Bring up a lot of
love
shopping.
This stuff.
A lot of shopping on the
I'm buying. I'm bullish. And okay, all right, our trade is working out. We got the breakout through high day. Sometimes you just got to talk through the sketchiness there. And then now I can go to a 1 minute chart and we can find, well, actually first the hourly, just to show you why I like this one so much on a mid time frame here. We are knocking again on this 20th. I gotta be careful, man. Everything's a song.
We're good.
But look at this. 1, 2, 3, boom, 4. So I think this continues. I think that we get a nice move up to at least 25, and I would really like to see the highs swept, the 52-week highs swept before we cool down. That would be over $28. A lot of room on the table if this thing kicks off and holds. So now, okay, nice surge. All right, now we're in breakout mode. Glad I tagged in a little bit, but I want to build this position now that it's working. Oh, what a beautiful 1 minute breakout.
Now we're squeezing.
Mamma mia. All right, Josh, how would you look to build size into this? Wait for it to flag and the moving averages to catch up? Wait for it to come back to a level?
Patience.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
Patience.
All the years
Beautiful.
I've ever traded, it's like if I'll always just sit back and have that, like it's always more rewarding. And if it keeps going, it keeps going. I'm just like, okay, well, I guess you're just gonna fly on without me trying to add in. Yeah, I mean that's what you do though, 100%. Yeah, to add in all that beautiful runner right there, or you just let it go and say, hey, next time maybe size in a little heavier because this setup's sexier, and I'm really liking these setups. These setups are working here, lately. We're seeing so many inverse head and shoulders lately, so this breakout's really beautiful here on the chart today, 100%. Love it. Yeah, and just wait, patience for add-ins, no 100%. Anyone else that's listening, patience. I mean, you see my bounce plays. I could have traded MU who knows how many times, but like, no, I'm just gonna throw an order in and I'm filled. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, sweet. All right. Not I gotta get in. You see the setup, you trade the setup, and then you trade it more accordingly if you are in the trade. You want to be very analytical about it. Love it though. I love the thrift shop stocks. That would be actually a good thrift shop. Thrift shop stocks, come over today. We got your old stocks from the 80s still rocking and rolling. Old cookie jars remind me of my younger days. I love it, Tack. Yeah, I love some good old cookie jars. That's the good old days. Try to go into thrift stores and rich hoods. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Man, yeah, well, that is, dude, the thrifting 5-10 years back. Oh my goodness, Josh knows. Nowadays, it's a business. Everybody's going there scalping all the toasters and stuff, all the Pokemon cards and all that. But it used to be a treasure trove. You could just go into any old thrift market. I had a good side hustle just buying stuff that I was like, oh, that's cool. I bet that's worth something. This was like before I even like checked on my phone. There was so much room. There was so much margin for arbitrage there. Now, much less so. Now it's like boutiques.
Yeah. Antiquing was big there. That name, antiquing, got huge there for a minute. And then it kind of reminds me of the shoe game, too, because I'm such a sneakerhead. Not as much as I used to be, but that got so huge in around 2007, 8, 9, 10. And then next thing you know, it's like you could sell shoes and make a heck of a lot of money. You buy them stock and then sell them online for more. And yeah, then the market just gets oversaturated and just everyone's doing it. It's just not the same anymore. By the way, PMAX, new high of day. So
PMAX.
Yeah, PMAX. That sounds like it's like TJ, T-Max. What's it called? What's it called? TJ? No, it's something Max.
TJ Maxx? I was thinking it sounds like a... Yeah, TJ Maxx. I was thinking it sounds like a pill you might buy at a gas station, but...
Yeah, right. Anyway, we have PMAX here hitting new high of day. It's been slow and steady up that trend line all morning through the pre-market, through in-market. Nice, beautiful uptrend channel. Is it crazy going bonkers? Is it going to make you a millionaire? No, but it does have a beautiful uptrend channel where you can get some good longs in if you like trading uptrend channels. This uptrend channel has been holding all day long. That's another one they're keeping on watch. So PMAX and EVC are my main two small cap movers as we at least head into power hour. We'll see if we get anything else to move up. Speaking of moving up, MU, go baby, go!
Oh, is it?
Thing. Well, I want.
Hold on,
I want our U plays to go. We got you. We got your play. We need it to go, and then now I want MU back in the 660s. Come on, baby.
Absolutely. This looks like it wants to launch here. Maybe I do take a little piece. Still warming up here.
Yeah, she has room up into around the 380 mark. She has some room to go still. Could continue to go. Same thing for EVC. Again, are these plays mega movers like we've seen in the past? No, but there's still some nice potential pops here that we are looking at here. I feel like, again, a meteorologist, being that it is storming outside our house, these things, they're setting up. These aren't massive, we'll call it, what do we got, on the Fujita scale, EF3 tornado, I'd say EF2s. These are EF2s. These aren't those F4s and F5s that can just wreck a whole city. They can do some damage. Yeah. They can do some damage. So
sure.
These are pretty solid plays right here moving forward. EVC and PMAX.
Absolutely. So what I did, I'm break even here, just real small. Few shares, 25 shares just for a proof of concept. I'm putting my stop right under the surge candle. If we lose this, I don't want it. I'm playing with the implication that this is a clean rising triangle here, clean ascending triangle. I measured the move of the low of the day to the high of the day, pushed that outwards, and my first target is that 161 fib. Because it already tagged the 127, it should tag this, back test the triangle, and then push. It tagged it, came back, I got in close enough to the back test, and that's good enough of a risk reward for me. I'll go ahead and frame that. About 1-to-1, but I think it's high probability. So I take those, 1.3-to-1 if it's high probability. Good enough for me. We'll keep an eye on that one for sure. And now we can check in on your MU.
She's trying. It's crazy how long it's been an hour. She's been stuck in the 650, 655 channel. So it's make or break coming up. And then I would say I don't think there's no way. I would give it at least till we're done. And maybe by the time we're done here in 20 minutes or so, she's still on this channel. But yeah, this is definitely going to be making a move, either 650 crack or that 655, 656 pop. Hopefully it's the pop. Again, still sits pretty down at 629.90, 630 essentially on the dot. But we're waiting. We're waiting here. Patience is the key. Patience is the key. Patience is the key. And we got a good question, another good question in chat there from US Man. US Man has a good question here. Let's highlight this one real quick.
Oh, Usman.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bro.
Okay, I thought it was US Man. I was always like
Baby.
breaking it down. Yeah, I always break things down like that. US Man. I thought it was US Man. It's not. It's Uzman. Wahid says, good morning. What do you guys think about the SPY price? Will it be for the next 2 days? We get any pullback, or are we going to go higher? So SPY over the next couple of days, essentially, what do we want to know? Do you have contracts? Do you have a put? Do you have a call, Mr. Usman? Wahid?
Yeah, help us help you.
Yeah, let us help you. But yes, it seems like you have a Friday expiration date possibly. So essentially, what do you see, Steve, by Friday? I would say, if anything, up. I don't see us coming back down real quickly. If we do come back down, just looking real quickly at the chart. I'm always fast at this. I'd say we get no lower than last Friday's high. I bet we stay above last Friday's high into this Friday, which is right around 725. That would be my take. Now, if we do crack that, then I'd say, yes, we start to see a pullback. But again, I just don't see a significant pullback coming in soon. I just don't feel it. I don't see it. I see more movement up. I would say watch for a squeeze tomorrow with earnings today too as well. May pop and help it out even again today and through tomorrow with more earnings that we have. Today, nothing too crazy. I think all it is today is ARM, App, Dash. So we got some pretty decent sized ones today. Nothing really too crazy tomorrow. I guess we got the bigger ones out of the way yesterday. So yeah, I think this play could continue up. Nothing really affect that. Should see 735. Could even see top of my uptrend channel at 736. So I'd say up. And if we do pull back, it's not much.
I love it. I love it. I will just add on to that just a little bit. To me, I'm looking at this hourly. This is scary strong. We had this kind of rough channel here even. Draw it like this. So there's two ways you could look at this. You could say, hey, we were in an upwards channel. We're breaking out the top. We are overbought. We're running too hot. We need to come back into the channel and we can grind up higher. I see this as lockout rally, breakout rally on top of a megaphone, on top of a flat top breakout. So many bullish patterns stacking on top of each other and locking these sellers, or locking people who want to get in out if they're not willing to just get in and put a stop under the low of day. So that is my strategy for continuation moves like this. Usman, it sounds like you might be in a weekly contract. Let me check the calls or the comments there. Essentially, it's going to be really hard to predict exactly where SPY is going to close. I really would need to know what that strike is and what your cost basis is to help inform your decision on whether you should buy or hold or sell that. That being said, never a bad idea to lock in profits on a weekly contract that you're up on and roll that on out to the next week. For next week, I'd be targeting that 740 to 735 at the very least. I would say I wouldn't want to fade this. To me, it looks like it's ramping up out of this channel and wants to try to go parabolic and do a big squeeze. That being said, we are overbought on the time frames that I usually play mean reversion on. So I would not be shocked if we had a pullback at some point and, that gave people an actual chance to get in. But as I see it right now, we spent about 2 weeks consolidating into this rising moving average, basing out, and now we're just starting. We're 3 days into liftoff. So 3 days into liftoff here, when we got the big buy signal here, it's not, it doesn't look like it's too extended in my book. If it can consolidate for 3 days after a big gap up and continue to squeeze, and now we've cleared all overhead liquidity, I need to see a reason to sell. Semiconductors continuing to rip, eating all earnings gaps on all of the leaders from the Microns, the SanDisks, the WDCs, the memory space, to the photonic space and Lumentum. GLW just broke out today. In my book, everything that needs to go up for this rally to continue is going up. And the longer that we kind of accept and find acceptance at this price with this geopolitical situation, the more we'll normalize it, the more we'll look forward, and the better the odds are of us being able to hold the line in a strong chart until we actually get the macro, the geopolitical, boxes ticked that we need to continue onwards and upwards. There will be selling. there will be selling. I couldn't tell you when, and I'm sure not shorting yet. That's my thoughts on SPY. A little harder in a 2-day window.
Yeah. What's up, D Rider? How we doing, Mr. Mike? Joining us there, T.
Yo, yo.
The last 10, 15 minutes. Hopefully you guys are doing good. And so you're trying to tell me essentially what I got out of that is we're gonna see my 780 sometime soon, huh?
I think so. Oh, by the way, it looks like if there's something's in the air, Josh, I also turned around and got filled on MU. Currently up a little bit on that, and we can talk about that entry. You called it out, doing the peekaboo, doing the little trend line, do-si-do, popping its head over, flagging into it. For me, this is a bread and butter setup. Let me talk about why. So the idea is, I love getting in early in this BS, but I'm learning to wait until I see a strong sign of strength after putting in a proper W bottom. Comes down, posts a middle area, comes down, forms a higher low. It's close, but it was a higher low, I do believe.
Yep.
And now we're breaking this neckline here. So right when Josh mentioned it, it was testing this neckline. So for me, it would make sense if there was just the smallest pullback right into the moving averages that are starting to curl up, and that's where I wanted to get in. I front ran it a little bit. Looks like I could have gotten the perfect entry right there, but the idea worked very nicely. And now my first trim is on a mitigation of this high volume node here at 660. Because essentially what that would be doing is it would be trading right back to the pivot that it broke down from. See that oscillation, tried to break above, failed. So now it's running right back up there to mitigate all the buyers that got stuck there. And you know there will be a lot of orders there.
Give it.
Let's do it, baby. Love it. Love it. PMAX also green. Can check out that.
We're just saying that literally looking like it wants to cut its bull flag in here, wanting to squeeze up for some more. Same thing for EVC. So our plays, we're all over our plays. And check out my other play, EZGO, new low of day, 17 cents.
EZGO.
Yeah. It's like
I'm gonna look at the chart. It's gonna look exactly the same.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe you.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Nothing has changed. It's crazy how it got down to that 20-cent mark and has just stayed flat. I was hoping it would run lower. I mean, heck, you can't go much lower though, Josh. I'm hoping for more, but it really doesn't have much more to go.
Oh, that's funny. I am going to try to get filled on a little back test here of the previous high of day on UUUU, and my stop will be under that kind of surge candle that we were watching for that breakout. So, getting a little lag. There we go. Come on. Let your boy into the trade. 25 shares at the high of the day there. We'll see. And that's perfect because it coincides with a rising 9-minute. Or actually, it's on a 5-minute chart. So a little bit more sustainable even.
Sustains.
And yeah, 2304. I'll front run it by a few cents.
Yeah, back to US man. I know you almost said US man again. Usman, yeah, he said he was looking at puts. Yeah, I would be careful on the puts. I jokingly am, but seriously, also saying I said 780, as in this play could really squeeze and go. I don't know why 780 is on my brain. Hey, let me tell you something right now. If it gets to 780, yeah, that's going to be killing short. So I would just wait for it. I think it is going to happen, but you need to have a little patience and wait for it. What's up, Taquito, though? How we doing, DJ AM? Got about 13 minutes left here in the lunch recap today, recapping the day. Overall, smash that like button. And don't forget the predictor. We've got a predict team. We need to put that link back out there for you guys in the predicting for the day. Gosh, oh gosh, I haven't seen it much today here. I know I saw it a lot yesterday. There it is. There it is. There it is. There's the predict the price. So today we have app and ARM. You have X amount of time to go over and predict the price, the print time, which is an hour after the closing bell. So go ahead and here we go here, team. There's the link for this. I'm getting it slowly out there for you. I am working it. Here we go. Predict the price. All right, so we got to go over that here. I know we got 10 minutes left almost or so sometime soon. I know we're going to preview it ourselves, obviously, as we have the earnings live stream later today. But definitely want to preview for those that may not stick around or may not be here for it because they've got work or other things to do. And there you go. There is the link right there. Should be popping up sometime soon. And there we go. Boom.
There we go. You got to have beautiful
price for earnings today. And there's your there's your link for that as well. Make sure that works.
And we are seeing the air out on app.
Yep.
so far today. So the question will be, is it going to hold this kind of range equilibrium from the past week? It's kind of stuck in the middle with you right now, you know? So is it going to hold the line and get that boost? Probably after retesting that 450 level is what I'm watching. So that's going to be pretty big for me. We will be back, in half an hour before the bell to start talking about those actual earnings reports, those levels, what we're looking for in the reports themselves. I'll definitely be here a half hour before. Josh, you're welcome to join then, but no worries if you're busy until the market close. But we will have the preps there as well to get into the nitty gritty. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have a fun afternoon. I mean, App and ARM, of course, we have Dash this afternoon. We got a few different ones to keep our eyes on, so we'll definitely be on a swivel today. Just key levels for me right out of the gate for App. 485 area, going to be pretty strong. Let me zoom in a little bit tighter. Yeah, somewhere right around 485, 486, 487. Mid 480s is going to be key. If we get over that and hold that, that's the resistance not only from here recently, but then even earlier in April. If we get over that, then we're going to pop to April's high, which is right around 496, 497. And then that's going to be, to me, the gatekeeper. If we get over that, she's barn burning. She's going to see her way up to 500. Now, again, on some of these plays, just going back, I did not see AMD going up to 430 today.
Yeah.
So
that was wild. Me and Jesse were talking and saying, hey, I know it sounds crazy down here, but I think 400 is possible for earnings. It said, yeah, I think so. I think we can do that. It never looks like it's going to happen when you're trading red on the earnings, right. But once it gets that pop over that opening price and you get the good earnings results, you get the call starting, it's just cash money there. Really, really nice follow through on our long idea there at the very least, although we didn't take it.
It's all good.
But
hey,
way she goes.
Get them when you can get them. And the key area for me down below is going to be 430. Right around 430, 432. That'll be the key area for me down below. So I think could stay range bound in between those areas. But 430, I like that. If it cracks below, she's dumping. And if we get over that 485 and especially 495, I see her going on a skyrocket, and seeing some good movement. That's app. I think we're going to get some good movement from ARM too as well. Obviously, the gatekeeper is up top. We have that 245 corridor. That we're getting really close to. I think we go through that. And this could be maybe like an AMD where maybe I go 270, 275. I'm thinking that's in the wheelhouse. This could see 300. And we just saw what AMD did. Mm-hmm. Don't count it out. I think the key gatekeeper down below, it's pretty apparent for the most part. Right around 200 down to 195. Essentially this double U shape we're making here. U shape, whatever you want to call it, depends on what time frame you're in. That was the low, was right around the 195-ish mark or so. I think that's a high demand. And if we crack that, she really could see some more sell-off. I would venture to say, like we've seen, more movement to the upside than downside. So if we do have, if there's a bigger move, I would call it would be going to the upside versus the downside on App and ARM.
Yes, sir. So two things I want to mention, one on each of those names to leave you guys with. We got a few minutes. Nice. Awesome. So first off, ARM. Absolute powerhouse, guys. This is one of my favorite charts in the market still. I haven't trimmed at all. Guys. I'm in from 160. So I am in the 2X arm. So what I'm going to do for earnings, I'm just going to switch it to the regular. That's my play. I still want to hold full size, but that's my way of taking risk off the table. And if this thing dumps to 189, I'm buying more. Dumps to 200, I'm buying more. That's my thought process here. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful months and months and months long base here. It's based for half a year, just absolutely pristinely. We've seen what happens when semiconductors do this and break the range. We broke the range with conviction. Now we're trading up into the all-time highs with blue skies ahead, big targets overhead, and all we have to do is to do the exact same thing that every other semiconductor earnings report has done. So I'm very bullish here. First target's 256. Call it 250 to 260. Next target, where I'm really expecting this thing to trade to before any significant sellers come in the tape, is that 300 level, because it's an exact 200% move. And Josh, I've seen this enough times. When you get this long of a defined base, and it's such a clear fib level and fib targets, and when those clear fib targets align so neatly with a big psychological level, to me, it's like the market it's been constructing this whole chart for the exact push up here. Maybe that's a little tinfoily, but that's how I feel, and that's how I trade. So that's my thought on the ARM there.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. Yeah, funny. Had to take a video one day. I was heading out of my neighborhood, and one of the houses that you always see that they just have a ton of cars. They never leave the driveway. They're just always there, right? And this one day, I don't know if it was all of them or one of them, but it was covered like in like almost like this. It looked like tinfoil. And so I had to take a video of it. I'm like, oh, aliens must be coming. They're protecting this car.
Right? Yeah. You laugh now until you're getting tractor beamed up, looking down at that shiny dang thing. But
like, oh no,
he was right.
Oh no. New high of day, P-Max there. Good squeeze, good little quick liquidation
Boom.
sweep back down. Didn't quite hit that trend line like I was talking about for a bounce play. If you wanted to get a bounce, oh well, it's still up. New high of day, beautiful move there. And EVC, I know Taquito mentioned that play as well. So EVC, same thing on high watch for some possible continuation on the way up. And speaking of, on the way up today, what do you think here on the SPY? I mean, this looks like it wants to do what it did yesterday and squeeze and keep going up for more here, maybe, possibly.
I am KISS in it. I'm keeping it simple, stupid. You know, I'm the stupid, not you, Josh. Just to be clear. So what I'm seeing is this looks a cash money textbook cup and handle to me right here. We had the pre-market left cup lip, came down. Pristine, higher low double bottom, nice surging out of there, nice confirmation, very, very constructive. We get the surge. We get the incentive to move higher because we swept over this level. Pardon that alarm. So now next thing we do is we essentially consolidate and digest at this level. How do we do that? We trade around it in a flag. Oscillation, 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 found buyers. Now we rip up. I bet you anything, if we look at cash session, this will have not violated the 50%. Pull back, and therefore, okay, it tested it, but it held the 62 fib very cleanly there. And for me, oh, sorry, I'm bad at drawing things. Yeah, if we go like this, yeah, didn't even test the equilibrium, so it's still very, very strong and looking like it wants to keep going. I could see, it's a little slow tape at this time of the day. I could see the bid failing, coming back down here and retesting kind of at the bottom of this volume shelf before scooping and pushing. But I do believe this is a really nice cup and a handle, and I would put the measured move like this. I would draw my fib from the high down to the low of the day. Actually, sorry. I like measuring the moves of these cup and handles by the left wall, because sometimes the right wall will overshoot if it's too strong. And I just find that this is kind of a little bit of a safer target. So safe target 734. 734, could see that as soon as today, very, very possible, maybe tomorrow. And I'd expect the full measured move from the expansion to play out too. And that would be looking like, pardon me while I readjust. There it goes. That would be looking like a measured move to 735.50 with potential up to 737. I think those are all very reasonable targets here, and I wouldn't want to short this, that's for sure.
Yep. No. Definitely not. What's up? How we doing?
Awesome.
Snowman Power Hour early. This is just a lunch recap. So Snowman Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. This is something we added in a few weeks ago now. So every Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern, you got me and Steve recapping what we're seeing not only for the day and what we're seeing for the day, what we're trading for the day, and what we're going to see into Power Hour before Steve gets back. Which right now, PMAX, take some profit here if you are long that 375 to 380 area. Said it had legs to it. It's getting a little sell-offy in that area. That and EVC would be my small cap stocks to watch into Power Hour. We will be back in a little about an hour and a half from right now to preview earnings and, of course, after hours, what we can expect from those plays today. But no, that's just doing great for us. Yes, what's up, you guy? No, you the guy. What are the long positions? So Steve, I'm long.
What are the long positions?
Yeah, I'm long MU and short EZGO, and you're long use and PMAX, right?
Use PMAX and MU. So now I'm up to 15 shares. Yeah. Still a small position, but I've been using these dips. As long as it holds that low of the range, I'm using these dips to buy. And so far, I'm down $10 on 15 shares, so slightly red. The one last thing I wanted to leave y'all with, we didn't get to talk about it right when Talk mentioned it, but app, it's very compelling in the software as a service space for me. And what he mentioned was that it fulfills, or it is, I think he said either 73 or 79%, 78% in terms of the rule of 40. So what's the rule of 40, you might ask? Well, if you caught my, I think it was the stream For Palantir, we talked about it. But essentially, the Rule of 40 is a financial benchmark for software as a service, companies in particular, and it states that the sum of a company's annual revenue growth rate and its profit margin should equal or exceed 40%. This was popularized by some guy named Brad Feld, who I just learned his name literally right now. But it's a cool rule, and how I've heard App explained is either they have amazing fundamentals and they're way undervalued, or they're doing some financial wizardry, maybe a little scammy stuff. I don't know. So let's see how the earnings goes. But I think this one does have potential to make a significant move. Definitely compelling. So we're watching and waiting here on App, and we'll have a little more to look for specific boxes to tick on that earnings coming up for you 30 minutes before the bell.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's up, Mr. D Rider? Back at it. And yes, Snowman. Don't be going to Trader TV. You can go there, I guess, for the hour, that we're not going to be here. You better be right back here, tuned on in for the earnings, my friend. Because no one's got you covered on earnings like we do here at Trade the Pool. And again tomorrow, same thing. So everything's same thing. Monday through Thursday. And really Monday through Friday now. Because Friday, we have the lunch recap.
Yeah.
Steve and I, and then we have the Friday Night Live where you guys can join. Seems like we're almost already back to Friday. Of course, already again. Here we go. Hopefully you guys had a good Cinco de Mayo yesterday. I got the margarita machine out maker. Of course, the Margaritaville by Jimmy Buffett had that out. Made some amazing margaritas last night. Had some street tacos with some refried black beans. Some homemade white queso, some pico, some salsa. Man, it was, you could have just went, dun, 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 hey, dun, 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 ah. We were just having a good time at my house last night, my friend.
You're going to make me get my maracas out, man. That sounds amazing. I'm very hungry. Maybe I'll go get some tacos here real quick before our stream. I don't know. But,
yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Yes, exactly, yeah. La cucaracha. And I don't know why I always go to La cucaracha. La cucaracha.
Oh, it's
La cucaracha. Santa pero camara. I forgot exactly all the words, but I used to know. Yeah, tacos, baby. You know it. Hey, let me tell you something. You get Taco Tuesday and Cinco de Mayo on the same day. If you don't have a taco on Cinco de Mayo and Taco Tuesday, you just aren't living life. I'll tell you that.
Straight up, Josh. On that note, I think it's about time. Hope you guys enjoyed. We've had some fun. Josh is going to dance us out here. Any last words?
I'm good to go, man. See you guys back here. In an hour and a half. Steve and I will be back an hour from right now. Or hour and a half from right now.
Hour and a half? Okay.
Hour and a half. Yep. Hour and a half
Beautiful.
from right now.
Awesome job.
Speaking of break, I'm going to go get me a little lunch and food in my belly. I haven't eaten anything today. I made some fresh tuna salad the other day. It is simply amazing. So I'm going to go get me some tuna salad. Eat light for lunch. And then later for dinner, it's back to cervezas and tacos, baby. We got to have the rest of that tonight. You know it. See you guys back here in an hour and a half. Get ready for App, ARM, Dash. We got you covered for earnings. Steve, we'll be back in just a bit.
Sounds good.
Well, I thought that was
That's wrong. I thought it was too. Perhaps this one? I found it.
Boom. That's
All right, we're
the one. That's the one.
Awesome.
I'll see you in an hour and a half, buddy.
Good shit, Josh. Real quick. So last time me and Jesse tried something where, since I was doing the kind of presentation right up into the bell, he manned the trades out of the window. Is that something you're open to or is comfortable with?
Well,
How do you feel?
What would you say? Say that again. What happened? What'd you do?
Basically, Jesse was handling the trade account because I was giving the presentation right up to the bell, and then it was a little hard to switch over.
Right.
I'm feeling better about it now, so I can do it. But if you're open to it, that would maybe make it a little bit.
You know me, I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just need the login information or whatever. So yeah.
Sure.
Other than that,
Yeah.
Easy money.
I'll get that right. Yeah, I'll get that to you now before I forget. But I appreciate that. That'll help me. This is my crunch day. You know, I've been up early, and you're my rock. So
You're good,
I
bro.
appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Just send me the
Sweet.
login stuff, and I'll have that logged in when I join with you. I'll already have it pulled up.
Perfect. Sounds great, man. All right. See you then.
Yep. See you in a bit. All right, quick break for me, guys. Be back here in just a bit. Still rocking the MU trade here. Forgot about that earlier, team. I forgot about my MU trade that I put the 10 shares in. I told you guys that I was looking to get filled, right? And I forgot that I put that order, my 10 shares in. I have bottom ticked MU today. MU, absolutely beautiful move for MU. Bottom tick that little doodad. So we do have 2 runners here. I'll get the other box up so that way we're running into boom here, and I'm going to go with another one of these, and then we'll go to this right here. Make this another little doodad right here. We'll go to EZGO so we can see my orders that I'm still in here. All right, so there we go, rocking and rolling. We'll make this one a little bit small. Actually, we're gonna make this one there, and this one will make this one smaller. Boom. There we go. There we go. All right, I'm gonna take a quick little break off the mic. MU, beautiful, beautiful move there from MU and EZGO for the day. Got some short on the EZGO. I'm out of it mostly there. MU, great play there on the bounce side. Running our way into LUNCH lunch. I'm gonna take a lunch break. I'll be back here in just a bit. See you. Cool. All right, back here just a bit, fam. I'll put some music back on for you guys while I'm out. Whew, man, what a fun day. Fun day. All right, let's go put some good music on for you guys. I'll be back here in just a bit. Just a bit. 8-bit game music. This ought to be awesome. 52. right, so back in the office real quickly before we go live with Trade the Pool. I will put that, let's see, hot mic for ARM app. That's not an alphabetical order. ARM app. ARM. What else do we have today? We've got Dash. Dash. DoorDash. DoorDash. Dash is another pretty big one today that we'll be keeping our eye on. So Dash is the other one. Dash. PMAX. EVC. Nice. Pops. Or smalls. Into closing. Bell. EZGO SPY. There she goes. We talked about it. There's 75. We called the breakout. We called this. We called this move up here. We called this move, SPY. All-time highs. Easy go still and short. And PMAX. Or no, and MU long. All right. Well, that was what a fun day so far, eh? We'll put this on top. Ride those last shares out into liquidation time. I'm just gonna ride all 80 shares. There's just no point. It's heading down south. I don't know if it's gonna get any lower for me, but I'm gonna liquidate that. MU as a swing play, but what great moves today. Overall there. Yeah, Steve here real quickly. Sweet. All right. Any questions? I don't know if anyone's really still around. I made the stream public earlier just because it's a big day with the earnings and how much I have going on the lives here over the I should say today. Of course, the cool, the great trades to be had here. Just waiting for MU to squeeze too as well. That was the other one I was hoping we would get the move on. So what I'm going to do is put MU right here for the move into the closing bell. Put that into a 5-minute time frame actually. And then zoom out a little bit right there, and then we'll put PMAX right here. I think PMAX, well, they're both right at number one top gainers on the day or close to it. I'll take EZGO off here as we close out and liquidate out after the bell. We'll start looking at after hours runners anyway at that point. Maybe put the 6 flex grid back on up like we had yesterday, just because we'll be looking at a lot of tickers here into the closing bell. Hell, might as well honestly just go ahead and do that. PMAX, put that into a 5. Boom. Then we're going to go to, what was the other one over here? What was the other one? Gosh, I'm already forgetting all the tickers I'm looking at today. PMAX and, gosh, I've looked at too darn many. EVC is another one. EVC. That's the one. And finally, it's an earnings play, but something that we were looking at, say, in pre-market throughout the day for once. EVC, nice. What we're going to do here is we're going to put ARM here, since that does have earnings coming up here in after hours, looking to make its move up. We're going to go to app right here. This has after hours earnings, of course, as well. And then we'll do what we just did. We'll put MU right here as we continue to climb back on up, which is absolutely beautiful to see here. So put this into a 5-minute time frame. Got that bottom bounce on MU for the day. Absolutely money sauce. as it's moving finally back on up. And then we'll put EZGO, Easy Rider down here in the bottom right hand corner, and we're going to go to, what am I doing? All right, EZGO. I need this in a different time frame. So then we'll go to a 5 minute and just check out that dumperoonie. Boop. Boop. Come on. Boop. Come on. Boop. And there we go. All right, so we're booping up and booping out, baby. So there we go. So there they're the trades for the day. Rocking and a rolling here. Love it. Beautiful moves. And there we go. Something like right there is good enough for me. Sailing girl down for the day on MNQ. Didn't follow my rules and pay the price. Yeah, and yeah, that'll happen early on. We talk about that a lot, or I've, myself, where you like, hey, don't do this, and then you do it, and you're like, why did I do that? That just, man, if I just would have, all that stuff. It's like that all the time. Let's go to, get off the music, go over to boom, shakalaka, bam to bam, go over to this right here. Let's see. And there we go. Let's go over to getting there, team. Sorry, getting there. All right. Any questions you guys have? Here is a trade the pool stream. Boom shakalaka, bam to bam. There we go. Hey, we're giving away 2 25K evals today. 2 25K evals. Giving those away today. So come on over and join. That's not what I was wanting to do there. Boom, 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 boom. That's what I was going to do. All right, cool. Got it, Sailing Girl. Let's head over there right now. Do some after hours coverage with Trade the Pool. Get rid of my big head here, and that way people can actually see the chart and MU on the way back on up, and my orders there, my charts, my trades for the day, and at least what shares I still have left. Back in a bit. Well, not really back in a bit, but let's cover after hours, and let's go to TTP. Come on over, Sailing. Anyone else? I'll throw the audio through here so you can listen to it through here as well.
bar. Oh, and there's the bell. Hold on one second, guys. There it is. What's up, Josh? How you doing, man? Oh, we're doing the thing again. It's like clockwork. We'll get you there.
Josh, audio. We need to reconnect the audio. It's working now. It's working now. It's working now.
Sorry, we're getting Josh on here. There he is. Can I get a? There it is. Beautiful. It is. They're running your emotional stops. That's what they're here to do, Josh. Well, thank you for joining. It's going to be a fun earnings session, and we are talking about the setups here. So we're talking about the bar for ARM. What does it have to do? It really has to beat the Wall Street consensus in my mind. So the consensus on Q4, Q4 revenue was 1.47 billion. The official company guidance midpoint was 1.18 billion. So that's a massive buy-side pull forward, sitting 25% above guidance. So the street just isn't just expecting a beat, they're expecting an absolute blowout. EPS consensus is sitting at 58 cents against 43 cents actual last quarter, which is only a 5% beat. So the whisper's very aggressive, right? We're looking at this kind of ramping and this being ARM's time to shine. ARM can't just deliver on what they guided on tonight. It simply won't be enough. We've priced in too much. They have to validate that 1.47 billion level to hold this move. Let's move on into next slide here. Just catching up on my script. I got ahead, guys. Mm-hmm. I try to do at least one trade every day. Sometimes it's twisting the screws and I really don't feel it, but I just take a little bit for the fellas in the chat. You know, in general though, my favorite earning setups are the double beats and dips into a key level, and those are my money makers. So that's kind of my bread and butter in general. These failed breakdowns on good news when the market's kind of a little jittery and maybe I'm taking those shares from somebody with weak hands who just got in before the print. So those are my kind of go-tos, and those make me feel a lot safer. Otherwise, sometimes I'll play the momentum breakouts, like if we come down and then go out the top, you know, play a reclaim of a strong level. But in general, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking for me to get in right at the turn of right when those algos start firing. Although I know that's when you're feasting. So I think our strategies complement each other here.
100%. Yeah. You know me. I love it. That's it's hard to decide what's your favorite, but that is definitely one of my favorites for sure.
Absolutely. So we're going to draw just a little bit ahead here. We talked about that ARM percentile move there. So this is going to be pretty spicy, I do believe. And I just also want to really quickly go over the other implied moves here because I actually have different numbers. I'm gonna refer to my numbers that I just calculated. I think they might be a little more up to date. Let me pull those for y'all.
Are you still in the aiming trade from earlier?
I don't know. Are we, Josh? Have you looked in that account? All right. Yeah. I think I got stopped out of PMEX. It might have gotten for profit. I honestly just saw it pop out of my holdings there. So yeah, take a look. It should be MU, UUUU, the U brothers, and then there's one other one. I think IREN that was looking good. So actually, yeah, when you are in there, I'd love to pop your charts up real quick and just take a quick look at those while I find
mine pulled up right now, so I'll be getting out of mine soon, and then I'll pull that.
Okay, sure thing. So we talked about consensus and ER whispers. I do believe, yeah, those were right here. I'll want to tackle the ARM first, but the others are going to be definitely interested. But like we said, that massive buy-side pull forward is really going to set the stage for ARM here. ARM's business is bifurcated. There we go. Now I'm back on the right track here. So 2 revenue streams with completely different predictability profiles are going on here. And the distinction matters enormously tonight. So the volatile piece is going to be license revenue. These are upfront IP access deals. So we're talking multi-year contracts. They're highly lumpy. They're not like super uniform necessarily. They're hard to model. The street expects a 769.6 million in license revenue. Nice. This quarter, high teens year-over-year growth, and then the annual contract value tracker is running at 1.62 billion, up 28% year-over-year. So that's the underlying health indicator that people are pointing to as a reason that consensus ran above the guidance. The bedrock piece here is the royalty revenue. That's what we're showing on the bottom there. So this is what we're talking about when we're talking about how every chip shipped with an ARM core pays a royalty per unit. So just like if you make a purchase on the App Store, Apple's getting a chunk of that. If you use ARM licensing, with the ARM core, any chip with that, well, you're going to be paying these guys that royalty fee. So, and that's an expected 696.7 million this quarter, low teens year-over-year growth, and this is a steady state signal. So it tells you about the real unit economics, the real adoption velocity, and the real chip shipment cycles. Man, that's hard to say. Say that 3 times fast, Josh. We have growth margin threshold. Josh is beholding the wonder of that Micron trade unfolding in front of his eyes. I actually haven't looked. I don't know how it's doing, but we got our stops and our take profits. No rush. The gross margin threshold on this business is 95 to 97.5%. That's software-like. This is a hardware company with software-like margins. That's the moat there. And it's the key catalyst. It's the single variable that determines whether ARM deserves this 38 times NTM EV over revenue multiplier or not. Is the hyperscaler adoption of their premium V9 architecture going to turn the corner here and beat all of these incredibly high estimates? Every hyperscaler that moves these 86, how do you say that, the 86 architecture workloads into ARM's high rate V9 CPUs. Sorry, I'm getting lost in the buzzwords here. That generates incremental royalty revenue. That's the point, and at a structurally higher rate there. So that I do think is going to be quite important. Let me get to my next ARM slide here. So I want to talk about the cheat sheets here, just before we go into the other ones. I think that there are a few really important metrics to watch. So for ARM, the single most important number from this call that I'm watching is not on any sell side model in a clean disclosed form. It's the V9 royalty blend. So I want to see what the exact percentage of ARM's royalty revenue is being generated by that V9 architecture versus the legacy V8 chips. So ARM doesn't report this as a standalone metric. You have to read it through the implied royalty rate per chip. So the total royalty revenue divided by the units shipped. If the rate is expanding, then V9 is blending up. If it's flat or if it's compressing though, then you're still running on the V8 volume momentum. So we want to see that shift into the V9, their newer product. If V9 blends up, then margins expand, the moat deepens, and that 38 times forward multiple gets defended. So that is going to be the inflection point, right? This is the software as a service-like software royalty story that the bulls are seeing. So if V9 adoption is stalling though, if hyperscalers are still mostly running those V8s, well, then you're not looking at an AI infrastructure company at a double checking my script. Then you're not looking at an AI infrastructure company at a compressed multiple. You're looking at a mature IP licensor at 7 times the peer median on cyclical momentum. So that's a big binary that's embedded in this quarter, right? Either this growth is just ramping, or we're probably overpaying for something that isn't quite ready to justify these multiples. That's how I'm kind of framing this on the ARM call here. Okay. So the beat and fade pattern, I think that this is one that we see a lot, Josh. We kind of talked about that, right? So there's a history with ARM to do this beat and fade pattern where it's it'll 2 prints in a row, like Q3. Let's see. Yeah, Q3 was a 6.8% EPS beat, but the stock faded 22%. The stock faded on Q1. Let's see. Looks like 6.2%, even though it beat. So the playbook calls the beat and fade, right? You see this a lot. My whole thing, though, I'm not sure that ARM beats and gets punished because it's just breaking ranges, and all of these narratives are starting to come together. So for me, I'm less worried about it following the previous pattern, and I'm more looking for it to break that with the change of character that the market is expecting. That's what I'm thinking on ARM. Yeah, it's looking good, and we can pull levels in a second too.
And yeah, we're
But
still,
we have
still in all the trades from earlier. We still have on board here UUU, MU, and
nice.
Irene. So we're still long 15 shares, 655 MU, 51 of the UUUU, and then 50 of the Irene here. So we're still rolling and going here in the closing bell. So looking good.
That one share, Josh, that was when I thought I got a starter. I just slapped a single share. I was sitting at it looking, why are my fees higher than my gains? I'm up 50 cents. What's going on?
Awesome, yeah.
So glad we got to the bottom of that. Let's see. I know the other prints are going to be interesting, but this ARM really is the tail of the tape for me. So I do want to spend just a little more time on it. Let's see. We have.
Yeah, she's gonna be some move. I mean, that we're gonna see some moves in after hours, 100%. So get ready, team, and don't forget to vote. The predictions out there. App and ARM, go out and do it. Winners win
Absolutely.
some evals today, so do not forget. Daily earnings challenge. Go take advantage of that. You have up until what would that be, about 4:30 Eastern time to cast your votes and your prediction. So that would be about another roughly 42 minutes to get over there. Click. I'm still thinking. So while Steve's over here preaching and teaching, I'm over here going, where's my guest going to be? What's my guesstimate going to be? Essentially at that, and of course the tape is an hour after the closing bell, so it would be 30 minutes after your prediction. So there's going to be some volatile movement, obviously, in the after hours from ARM and app. Boy, it's going to be hard. Whoever gets those, like yesterday with AMD. I wonder who won that. I want to shake his hand. I mean, you're good. You're good at this.
You know that meme, the guy in the airplane. I just want to shake his hand. Let me shake your hand.
Yeah.
I love that. Oh, brother. Speaking of handshaking, that's a segue. It is not speaking of handshaking, but I want to talk about the option setup for ARM. I'm just going to brute force my way into that transition. So here's the option setup. So when Mitch built this awesome presentation, the at the money implied move, that we base a straddle on, was plus or minus 4.71%. So at the time it was flagged as a contained pricing anomaly because ARM's historical average earnings move is 10.5%. So Mitch was dead on to flag that as something that was out of the ordinary. Now, where the market was pricing in a quiet print, that's changed dramatically going into the actual earnings. So the bulls came out in full force here at the open and said, I'm not waiting. So it's really changed the skew dramatically. With ARM running 13.8%, as I did this like an hour and 20 minutes ago now like 14, 15%, put IV is at 55%. So it's essentially flat. Smart money is not aggressively loading downside puts ahead of this print despite us being so high. So that is a sign of institutional confidence in the structural demand thesis, even at these stretch multiples. So it sure seems like if ARM does not beat and does not go up, I think I think the street's going to be a little unhappy. I think the street's going to be a little offsides there, if that's the case. But I'm not betting on that. I'm sure not loading puts here. I'm holding my position. And I think I mentioned earlier, Josh, but just before on stream, I swapped out my ARMU, my double leveraged for just regular ARM shares, so I don't have to sweat this out. I'm just hanging out. We're in from 160, and I think that's going to be just fine. Going on into this next slide here. So we're talking about these asymmetrical setups, and I wanted to talk about tail risk. Where's my geopolitics slide? There we go. So here's the little bit of geopolitical tail risk. This is the one that doesn't get priced in until it bites. And this is the U.S. Export Administration regulations, FDPR rules, CHIPS Act provisions. All of those are going to compress ARM's addressable Neoverse target addressable market in China. And then there's the ARM China structure. So ARM doesn't have full audit visibility into the China entity. It's independently governed, and if any regulatory action hits the China structure, export law changes, maybe retaliation from Beijing, well, then the sell side models become immediately unreliable. So on the call tonight, we should be watching for how is the 2026 pipeline insulated from Chinese retaliation laws? And what's the actual audit visibility into ARM China? I mean, how much of a black box is this, right? If management is vague on that answer, then the geopolitical discount conversation could start. Right now, we're not worried about that. And the price is showing that, but it is something to put on your radar there, Josh. So this is that. I think that's mostly what I want to talk about in terms of the actual presentation on ARM here. Do you want to hop into the charts and maybe start getting some levels in there for the ARM?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Awesome.
Let's do it. Yeah, I mean, I'm going back and forth between all my different the charts that I have up. Thinkorswim and Trader Pool, going back and forth.
You're a busy man.
Here. So, well, yeah, just looking at all the different, of course, from small cap today, and then still looking. And I know we're not really going to be looking at MU and after hours, but I will be looking at MU and after hours for the trade that I am fully currently in right now. So yeah, let's go to ARM right here. I have the chart pulled up. We'll share the screen here real quickly. Let's go to share screen and entire screen of screen 1, and that's we're sharing. So we're going over
Mr.
ARM
Multi-screen.
Right now. Yeah. So key levels for you. What we go back to? I mean, usually for me, I like to go into that. Let's get this out of the way here. Get that order box out of the way here. Typically for me, I'm in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame, or I like to go to the 4-hour time frame. What's your go-to there, Stevie?
You're gonna make me pick for earnings or just in general, you know?
Oh yeah,
it's a hard question.
Yeah, exactly. Well, how about either way? We just like them.
I like them absolutely. What I will say is that what will I say? What was your exact question? Can you repeat the question, please?
First it was levels, and then I said, well, what time frame should we use? 4-hour, or the 15-minute? So then that was two questions. Yeah.
So, I mean, you know me, I'm a junkie. We're trading the minute chart. Well, I don't know. I'm looking at a minute chart when that earnings result comes out. That being said, I can't only look at a minute chart, not intraday, and especially not after hours when there's going to be a big move. I need to see that intraday or that really minute price action, but I need to have it framed. So, Josh, I love the 15 minutes. I think we talked about that on lunch today, how useful those were for your bounce plays. I think that's really good. Jesse was noting, what is it? I guess just yesterday on the earnings that the 15-minute flip on AMD right around 250 ended up being a really nice confirmation signal where it, engulfed down or came down and then engulfed bullish. Right. And that provided a really nice spot there. So I love the 1, I love the 15, and then I got to touch base with at least the hourly, but really the daily when we're expecting these big moves. What does make it easy though, Josh, there's no real levels above us. So, if we get through 240, which we're sitting right under, then we got some blue skies to cook into. And I'd be looking at some fib extensions for those, which I can get for you right now.
Quick question here from Tay in chat. Mr. Singh there. Give me a suggestion, please. Should I sell my Snap stock or keep it? What do you say here on Snap here?
Ooh, Snap. That's a good question. I haven't looked at this chart quite a while. So, this is I understand why you're trying to figure this out, because we have an ascending triangle into, for me, it's my weekly trigger. So that 622 level, that's a big one for me. If we can push above 620 to 630, let's call it 630, I do think that this thing has a date with the 200-day moving average. I think it wants to surge up and get people out at that $7 level right around there, and that'll be the next test. Personally, I think it's looking really good so far. It is a name that has been absolutely beaten to shreds. This thing got beat up, and probably for good reason, but at the same time, that means that you can get these nice upside moves too. What I'm seeing on Snap's daily chart here is that it's riding on up its 9 moving average. So just for reference, the 9 moving average is at $6 currently, and essentially every single daily pullback in the past 2 weeks has been right into that and respecting it. So for me, it's a textbook ascending triangle. It's got the flat top resistance here at 630 to 625, and it's got that rising support. So what we will be able to say is that, I apologize, earnings is tonight. That's why you're asking.
Yeah, I think earnings is tonight too. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Yeah.
Okay. So it changes things a little, because I'll be completely honest, you can never really predict what's going to happen into earnings. I may sound like I know a thing or two when I'm reading this excellent report that Mitch generated, but to be honest, I don't know the first thing about Snap's fundamentals, and I don't want to steer you wrong. From a technicals perspective, I think it looks good. And if it were me and I liked the company before, I wouldn't be afraid of this setup into the earnings unless there was something scary on that earnings call. So I wish I could give you a better answer. The safe answer is take some off. If you're feeling, on edge, take some off. If it dips, but the numbers seem good, well, you can add it back at a discount. If it dips and the numbers seem bad, well, close call, you avoided half of the pain. If it rips up like crazy, well, you don't feel dumb for not holding it.
Yeah.
So that's probably what I would do.
Yeah, I was giggling there. I saw D Rider say snap into a Slim Jim. Yeah, that's a loss. I love it. And what are we seeing here? I mean, for me, often we're seeing these lately with me and you on the stream together. It's really weird, but an inverse head and shoulders start to take place here possibly. And I agree with you. You got the lines and levels on the way up there. Taj, Tej. I hate messing names up. My name's so dang easy, like Josh. So if I didn't mess people's names up,
Josh.
I'm sorry. Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm gonna start messing up on purpose.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But Mr. Singh, I saw that in there, and I loved Mr. VJ Singh as a golfer back in the day. So I know that's got to be your last name. I know how to pronounce that one. But over 630, watch for a move up to 7, like Steve the Achieve said here. Then we start to run into this downtrend overall at some point. Now, is that again with earnings today? Do we pop into 7? Some traders take some profit, possibly even to the downtrend right here and into 750. And they get, I was like, I noticed something in my background. I was like, oh, I forgot I turned on I like for big streams sometimes, I actually turn the arcade on. I was like, oh, what is that behind me?
That's fun.
That's Teenage Mutant Turtles back there karate chopping around. And maybe that's what happens here. You get nunchucked back on down. But these will be your key areas on the way up, in my opinion. 7 into that downtrend, which rides right now into about 750. So that's nice whole round number. Typically, you like to see that every 25 or 50 cents for small caps. And then after that, boom, you run to 8. Nice whole round number. Over 8 really has some room to run, possibly up, and you can see that real strong resistance from all of last summer, really, when we stayed below it for the most part. And then, of course, into the early part of fall. But my point being, that was really strong resistance at 9 to 925. So those would be your key areas. I agree with Steve as far as technicals. This chart setup, I'm all about that. I don't really care about the fundamentals as far as, hey, I don't want to be a CFO of a company. It just ain't going to happen. I don't want to dive into all that. And so I want to dive into the chart. And generally too often, I've seen a chart, read a chart, and how fast you can break down these lines. Well, these lines usually work. I have a t-shirt. Really, it's my slogan. I say I have a t-shirt as if that means anything. But I have a shirt line.
Congratulations.
Yeah, right. You have a shirt. Good job, Josh. I have a shirt that says put your lines in and trade them. That's like my slogan. Put your lines in and trade them. And boy, how often they do work. So Steve's seen exactly like I am. Ascending triangle here. There's your uptrend channel. There's your top flat resistance, that flat top plateau that we like to see, that flat shelf up top. So the squeeze above it. Also, too, if you're ever late to the party, who cares if you're ever late to the party? You can then get the bounce back off of this at that 630 mark. So, but I agree with Steve as far as it looks like it's going to go up 100%.
Excellent. And I want to get to Navjot. I apologize. I'm terrible with names. It's not a Josh. I'm sorry. It's not quite that easy. But we really appreciate you being here, and I want to get you some levels on IonQ here. So, what I'm seeing for IonQ in particular is that there's a really interesting level at 55 that it tried to break out from 3 times in December and January when everything else was running. Then it got bodied, got smashed way down to the 30s into that deep support. So for me, it's coming back up in there. And Josh, I don't know, are we seeing another inverted head and shoulders? Yeah. What we do know is it came up, surged into that point of control, into that pivot. That was the 200-day as well. Came back into the rising supports. For me, it was a really clean catch at the weekly trigger at $42 this week. So now we're seeing the surge out the top into this larger pivot. In my book, if this name can hold over 55, I think it has room to really rip up to the low volume node at 66. I would not want to fade this. If on the downside it loses 45, then you are in trouble because that's the 200-day moving average. That's your rising 9-day moving average. And you'll also be getting to the point of control there too. If it loses that, it could be a downhill slide to fill that gap down to 36 and potentially the one down to 29. That's what I'm thinking on IonQ here.
Don't forget to vote 30 minutes now because that closing bell reminder I just got. Closing bell just happened right now, so do not forget 30 minutes to put your earnings challenge prediction in. Earnings challenge prediction. You got 30 minutes on ARM, 30 minutes on app, and of course what we do is we take the tape. So essentially, right at the print, the 5 p.m. Eastern print, whatever it prints off, that is the price you're trying to predict. So the 5 p.m. print is the price you're trying to predict here on ARM and on app. So what do we say here? ARM on the way up. Boy, oh boy, I would like to see ARM in a little bit of a pullback. We got asked that a couple of times there. Trader in chat asked about ARM up or down there. Who was that? Phil came over. Mr. Phil came over. Asked about ARM. I think we both agree ARM looks juicy to the top side. Now, again, any dips down to the bottom side, I think traders need to look for a good dip opportunity. Again, I have those lines in that we can look at here, right here for ARM. If it comes back down to 215, I think that's a good add-in. If it comes back down to 195, it's a good add-in. I think this play, though, could just squeeze and go. So it's one of those. Okay. I would want to jump in right now for a long, but then boom, next thing you know, it's right down to 220. So I would rather wait for a pullback here on ARM. And so what I'll do is I'm going to put some limit orders in down lower. If we can whip down to, like, say, 220, I would just be licking my chops at least out of the gate, and I'll put them in even further here.
Josh, let me give you some levels that might be good spots. Let me know what you think. So 232 is the first little one. If it's just a little bit of a dip, that would just be the VWAP from intraday, and it would just be sweeping the little bit of the lows there at 232 from midday. We are seeing the grind up so far. It's trading at 243. This is tough, though, because this is also how you can get caught if the print isn't good and everybody's just front running it this severely. So 230, 232-ish, and then for me, the 225, that's a big cluster of support. The hourly triggers there, the weekly high and the weekly open, all have contingencies of buyers that could try to catch it. And see this top wick, that's why we do not front run it. That's why we do not front run it. Like I did on Intel and learned my lesson, guys. So no whammy, not twice in a same month. That's enough for me.
Hey, by the way,
all right,
we do have some movement up here. So no numbers I'm seeing right now, but a little bit of movement up from app. And again, like you're talking about with ARM there, still watching my EZGO, taking that one all the way down to 13 cents now. And our play MU continuing to grind here in after hours. I'll be holding I have 3.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so just only 3 shares left of the 10 I got. 629, again, love to shout that out today on essentially bottom ticking MU earlier. And then you joined in.
Beautiful. And Josh, your level, I didn't get that fill, but you know what? I made my money off it too because you showed me the light and I found my own setup in there because I had the context I needed to put it on my radar. So you help me, I help you. We get some money out of this thing. I love it. Guys, I am going to be, by the way, Josh, I'm on earnings duty here. So as numbers come out, I will be looking for them and doing my best here to get them out to you guys ASAP. So far, that ARM push up is just hanging back at the monthly high in that pivot. Now we're seeing the push down. That was the VWAP and a little bit of a bounce there. We'll see if it can dig deeper to those 25 levels. So far, VWAP was all it gave, but it's still heavy in testing that point of control at 235.75.
I just get the heebie-jeebies when I just know traders are jumping in when they think it's about to explode, and they're in right now at, say, 245 on ARM, and it is completely rolling back on over on them. Don't forget to vote now. About 25, almost 26 minutes left here on predictions team. We take the 5 p.m. print. 5 p.m. print. I still haven't casted my vote yet. Of course, I'm going to wait till the last couple of seconds. You know me. I'm a last-minute
I know you,
guy.
Josh.
You know it. I like
Hey,
it like
Josh.
that.
Real quick, a couple things. First off, ARM heading into that 27 to 20-ish kind of zone that we might want to take a look at. If it can't hold there, then I think your deeper levels of that 210, 190 are possible, but I really would expect it to hold that monthly close and the weekly close at 210 at the very worst. That's the first thing I wanted to say. Second, your mic got a little funky. I don't know if it switched to a worse quality one or not. It might have just been a little fluke. Just wanted to let you know. Yeah, Mike calling that out as well. The last thing, guys, remember that earnings chat, or I'm sorry, those giveaways. We're doing two giveaways of 25K accounts, and we'll be drawing those first thing tomorrow. Well, in the morning session, Mitch will be drawing those on stream. So, guys, not only should you be watching this, guys, we have so much good stuff in the morning, and that's going to be a really great place to watch for the continuation of this plays that we're talking about here. Often you will get a nice second day move off of these earnings plays. So we got you on the backside here. They got you tomorrow morning. Be sure to tune in and see if you won. We're going to be drawing those winners tomorrow. Just wanted to put that on your radar, guys.
How do I sound now? Tomorrow.
Beautiful, beautiful. Wait, we can't say any more words, but yes,
That's
yes,
it. That was
yes.
it. Yes, exactly. That's why I stopped right there. That was it. That was it. Mic check, Josh. Cool. Ion Q. Yeah, I'm watching Ion Q and Snap over on my side. Just waiting to see if we get a little bit of a move. Steve was all over it. We did just go over those levels just a little bit ago. Okay, I'll pull Ion Q back up on the board here real quickly. I think Steve's levels, we'll go back to a little bit larger time frame if I'm not mistaken. Let's get rid of that. And now we come over here and let's go to that 4 hour real quickly.
Oh, Ion Q earnings are out.
Yeah, okay.
And the numbers look ridiculous. So the guide is going to matter a lot here. We have an EPS earnings per share expected was minus 0.52. The number was 2.04. That's a 500% beat, guys. 500% beat on EPS. Revenue's a 30% beat. Is this thing going to rip and roar? The algos are starting to snap this up. This news came out 30 seconds ago. It's trying to engulf here. This one looks explosive. Through 53.50, we'll test the 55 level. Through there, this thing can start to rip into the 60-65 low volume node up there on its way to the high volume node above it. So guys, be careful fading this. Those are very impressive numbers on first glance, but it's a sketchy thing to believe on just the read, right? We gotta dive into that and see what the actual numbers are.
I like that slingshot.
Absolutely wild.
Back down yet at 51, and now we're ripping back on up. So I do like that slingshot look here on Ion Q. I think numbers are out for ARM 2 as well.
Okay, great. I'll get those right to you. But yeah, just from when I started talking about it, saying it looks like it's going up, that's a 5% move on Ion Q. Holy moly.
Nice.
Things are cooking here. So, ARM earnings, this is the first read, just came out, grain of salt, but EPS 0.6, estimated 0 or 0.58. So slight beat in EPS. Revenue 1.49 billion, estimate was 1.47 billion. Very, very slight beat on ARM according to this first, and we'll get a follow-up, a second opinion on that just to make sure. IonQ pushing out of the top looks very strong through our 55 pivot. Love to see that. Meanwhile, ARM did the little yeehaw. Well, look at that, Josh. What did we say? We said 230 to 227 for that dip.
Yeah, my field.
The dippity doodah.
Yeah, here comes Ion Q, so we're ripping. I love it. Yeah, I didn't get filled on ARM, unfortunately. But this is what we've been seeing here. These quick wicks down, and if sometimes they last a little bit longer. Today, it doesn't seem like they're lasting that long. The first 5, 10, 15 minutes here, already pushing back on up. So Ion Q, big move. Good earnings. Yeah, that's a big beats. And this big fuchsia line here is kind of the big line in the sand, essentially, in my opinion. If we get over that, so I say my opinion, it was the same. I felt the same way when I saw it from my man over here, Steve the Achieve. And so he was talking about this 55 mark from all the way back in here, and I can see this area right through here. Even really kind of starts right there at about 54.25.
Exactly.
Working our way into through this area. So now if we can hold that, maintain that on this push, this play could continue to climb and start to push its way back up into the 60s here. Key is like you said, Steve. Now especially that we've moved up. First you were talking about the mid 40s and that 200, and I've got moving averages there as well. But boom, we got 50 right here.
Oh, Josh.
Now we need to hold.
Sorry to cut you off, but yeah, on the back test of 55, this could be valid. And maybe it's not a first tap type thing. Maybe we watch it consolidate here, but this is an area of interest for me. This is a very strong beat. The market is responding and respecting that through a key level. On this back test look, it is not unheard of for this to be the entry. So just keeping that on your radar.
App is barn burning. App's earnings out as well. So App and ARM's earnings are out, and App is absolutely flying right now, just like we figured. 500 easy touch. I said 515, 520. This may pull an AMD and go all the way up to the 530, 40 mark out of the gate. Boy, look at her go. Look at this.
It's a screamer.
Burner. It's a barn burner
Josh,
right here.
I got levels for you here. So 525, where we just pulled back, that's the key level. That should act as a positive gamma pivot. We should want to go higher, breach above that. If we can, then we'd be confirming a double bottom, a W, a higher low, perfect base to push on out of in this name on a 4 hourly, on a daily type looking chart. So you see the pullback. The bears are still here, but they're not strong, and I bet you they get run over pretty soon. Maybe not right now because we just got a big move, but I bet you this isn't an uptrend now. So I think this is a buy the dip type stock, maybe off the 500 handle. That could be another little pullback into a key level of support. And I love these types of plays where you get the big moves and then they come back and give you the good entry if you have the faith. So that's something to consider as well, guys.
Look at the line. Look at the forever line too. We put in here earlier, right there, 523, right on the
ARM.
dot, running into it. App, yeah, ARM now. Here comes
It's doing
ARM.
the thing.
ARM. Yeah, ARM's doing its thing now.
Beautiful. Guess I should have held the double X, huh? Oh well, I feel safe now. I feel safe, like I can hold this forever and ever. It's my baby. It's not going to cost me an arm and a leg, you know? So next spot here, we pop the 250. If it gives us a look back at 250, again, you can play these retests of these levels on the way up if it's stair stepping. For me, my next fib target sitting at 267. 267 for me is the next area I'm looking to the upside.
Yeah. No, I think we get that. Honestly, I said in my morning note, kind of going back to what we saw here recently. I think we get to the 265, 270 mark would be relatively a slam dunk. I think an alley oop slam dunk would be even cooler than a slam dunk. When you see those in the game, and that would be moved up to like 280, 280 plus. I don't know if we get it, but yeah, I agree with you at that 265, 270 area. She's burning and gurning here. Here comes 260 touch coming up here soon. So good moves here out of the gate so far from our earnings. There's your 260 touch. Beautiful here. And we get our MU play. And that's what I love. And the plays that we were in to end the day here are still rolling on to the upside. So our AU's guys. AU's over there. AU's over there. And here goes ARM. Gotta love it for you guys that are in this long term and holding this. And yeah, it's like me with Amazon. You can now look back so far down at your entry price and just wave at it as you continue to climb sky high. It's a beautiful thing. It's 100%. I love these investment plays, and especially what we get anymore. We're getting some really big volatile movement. We never used to get this. I mean, that's why I think small caps were always so big in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. And then all of a sudden 2020s came and COVID. Next thing you know is a different ballpark. Tesla starts going banana Joe's up to like 2,500 before the price split. Then does it again the year after that. And you get my point. The bag was kind of the cat's out of the bag at that point. We've seen some crazy moves. I mean, SPY alone used to move maybe 2 to 3 points, sometimes 5, maybe a little more in a week. Now we do that in a blink of an eye. A tweet or whatever comes out from Trump up 6 points, whatever JP and whatever is down 5 points. And so crazy movement now, and I absolutely love it, especially if you get into these plays early on because of what the chart shows you, like you were talking about with ARM. And then you can just sit back and not going to cost you an arm and a leg to get in now, and you can watch it continue to climb.
I love it, brother. What a beautiful candle there. One more for us on the watch list here. Snap. So Snap reported a mixed earnings here, a very slight EPS beat. They came in at negative 0.05 EPS.
Yeah.
But they were expecting negative 0.07. So slight beat there. Very slight miss on revenue. 1.52 billion against the 1.53 estimate. The implied move was 12.5%. What I saw was a big flush out. And where did we flush down to? About 10%. About 10% right to the daily trigger of my trigger system. 565 was the resting support there, and it found a large buyer. So now we are trading at prices not seen since just about yesterday. All right, it's just under 6 right now. But if it can reclaim that 6, I think it just speed ran a pullback into a key support on decent numbers. So I don't think this is a death sentence for Snap. If I was holding shares long term, this wouldn't shake me out. I would only be worried if we lost the 550. And I know that is quite a haircut from here, but still, with these types of plays, you got to give them some leash. If you're expecting them to double, triple on, turning the corner, not going bankrupt and figuring out a way to profitability, well, then these are the long-term risks that you kind of have to take a little.
That's such a good analogy. When I got 14 dogs, right? I mean, when I walk my dogs, sometimes they misbehave and I kind of want to pull them tighter, right? Like, hey, I say misbehave, but like Queenie, my lab, she's got a lot of energy, and sometimes I kind of want to reel her in. But the tighter and closer you get, the harder it is to walk the dog. You can't walk the dog when there is a leash this long, right? That's why most leashes are 6 feet long. You got to give it some room to walk. Great analogy. Exactly. Right? Same thing with your trade. Walk your trades like you walk your dogs. Give it some leash. Now again, maybe you have some bad dogs out there, and I get that. And you don't want to walk them with much of a leash, but you always honor and love the dogs that dang thing can be 80 feet long and it just does its own thing. Doesn't mind its own business. You want a dog that can do that. And if you call it, it comes back over. You're like, no, my dog has got about 2 feet of leash, and that's all I'm going to give it.
I love it. I agree with everything except no bad dogs, only bad owners.
Yes, exactly. And I love that we got in chat. We got Cardi in chat. So Cardi here. Kath, I can call you Kath or Kathy there. Either way, I'm an ARM employee. And yeah, great. Yeah, great company. Even one of my CR trader, which again, you probably heard CR trader's name a few times on the live stream, and I'm one of my students. He was big on ARM when they first came out, just talking about how he looked into the company, how you pretty much anything you see or own, there's probably a chip, there's some kind of ARM, product in it possibly. yada yada yada. He's like, this company, I wish I would have really thought about that and go, man, because we watched it from IPO back when it was like 60, 70, bucks, $80, whatever. When you think about it now, not that it's made this crazy, tremendous move really up until lately. It's made some. You get my point though. It's not like you go back on me and these things that you just look back and now that I'm slowly been in this stock trading realm long enough that this is the key. These are key. Your day trading. I forgot what the whoever said this, but like I forgot who said it. But day trading is, kind of like you get your, pays the normal bills. Where the investing is the thing that really gets you to the next level. To, you want to buy that house. You want to get that car you've always wanted. You want to. That's it. That's where the riches really come in. Day trading gets by. With what you're supposed to. It's those investment plays that you could really, make a bank on, a pretty penny on for sure. Yes,
No
Tyler
doubt.
Smith.
And they're also, I'm sorry.
I was saying MU above 670. I'm saying yes, keep going. I want it back up through 700s, baby.
I love it. And sorry, I'm doodling over here because I have a really cool picture to show you guys in just a second. Just a second.
in just a second. And don't forget, what do we got here? About a little less than, I should say, 13 minutes now left for Predict the Earnings Price. A chance to win a 5K eval. That's right. Earnings challenge today. App and ARM. What is the price at 5 p.m.? That's right. Well, of course, as always, 5 p.m. print time. As soon as it prints, what's the print? Closest price wins that. So a 5K eval for that. Do not forget to sign up. You've got, and I'm doing mine soon. You've got a little less than 15 minutes left on that. Ends at 30 after. So 30 after whatever hour you are in this fine world, it's 4:30 Eastern Market Time. And then we're also giving away a chance today to win 2 25K evals. So go over down to the very bottom. It's also in the description as well. The giveaways. If we go in the description, there's 2 giveaways: earnings stream giveaway, daily earnings giveaway. The earnings stream giveaway. You literally just go in and put your name and your email address. That's it. That's it for a chance to win 25K. A 25K eval. Say what? Yeah, that's right, Jerry. One of the best and biggest. I think this is probably one of the biggest ones we've given away is 25K. I know it's up there.
I think so.
Yeah. So
and it's 2 25Ks.
Yeah. So
because you know what?
2 people.
We appreciate y'all.
Yeah. 2 people. 3. I should say overall. 3 people will win today. Someone will win a 5K eval, and 2 people will walk away with 25K eval. So again, it's over in the description. Also, it's right there on the chat there for you guys to click on. Earnings stream giveaway. Just put your name and your email. Just press submit. Done.
I love it.
Chance to win 25K eval. And then the daily earnings challenge, 5K eval if you win. Go ahead, Bob.
I'm sorry, that was a great pitch. I'm just over here being silly. Who's Jerry and why are we dunking on him?
I don't know
my music muscle. He's jumping in. He says
maybe from Seinfeld, but I say that a lot.
I love this. He's one of us. He's like, I don't know who he is, but I'm with Josh. I just wanted to show you. This is. I'll be silly again. Sometimes the market's a little bit silly. Sometimes you just need to wait for it to spell it out to you. So it was basing until it spelled its name. Now it's surging up. We take the high of the base. We take the low of the base. We draw our fibs. We note a few things. First off, where did it pull back before it ripped? The 50%. What did it do when it was on sale under this red line? It was bought up ferociously each and every time. Yep. So now we test the top of the range. We smash through it. No ifs, and buts. High volume on the accumulation as well. There's no doubt this is a range break, right? So what do we do now? Now we test the 1.272, the gatekeeping fib. If the market is going to gaslight, gatekeep, and girl boss ARM, they are going to do it right around this 240 level, a 1.27 extension of the range that you're trading. Why is this the case? I don't know, Josh, but it keeps on working, so I keep on watching it. I think the thesis is this is just far enough that anybody who's looking to short, they'll get blown out here. They can't hold the short this long responsibly. So that's like where the scales turn, where they can swipe the most amount of stops and then run it back down if the trade is not going to play out. If, for example, these earnings were atrocious. But what do we see? We see tight consolidation, price acceptance on the last 2 weeks into that level. And now on earnings, on the catalyst, boom, through it. This shouldn't stop till 300, 325, and quite possibly 400 plus. No joke on these long-term breakouts, guys. All right, that's all I wanted to show you there.
He says, like, watch it blow up. Okay, we got a question too earlier. What is going on, or what is BYND doing? So, Jay Wood, what's up, Jay Wood? He's been around for a minute.
Wood.
What's up, Jay Wood? But BYND, what do we think about it? What is it doing? To me, a lot of these 52-week low plays, again, now this is kind of turned into, I know, a small cap play in my realm of the world. Just getting to bounce off those lows. I don't think it had news here recently. And again, one of those plays too in companies, they don't want to delist this, that, and the other. They want to get back above $1 and make sure they meet all the requirements, this, that, or the other. But it is kind of exactly. I was seeing that downtrend. So to me, it's either going to have another pop up and possible, which we've seen a lot of recently, W shapes, and maybe W shape its way back on up all the way through and go to $2, or it's going to fail the failed breakout, which we also have seen a lot of recently, and then exactly
The duality of trash companies, because either it's going to zero because it's so bad, or it's so bad that everybody thinks it's going to zero and those guys get squeezed and it doubles or triples or goes from $1 to $7, which is what this thing does, right? So what is it doing? Your guess is as good as mine, but what I will say is that I don't like this look above and fail here of this trend line. I don't like that. And now it's trading back into point of control, and it's heavy. It does have support at 0.85. It has more support at 0.8, but if it can't get traction, those supports might just be magnets to the downside, that instead of transacting and bouncing cleanly, they transact and they bounce a little, they transact again, and they wear out the bulls that are just trying to hold this thing over $1. So that's the kind of setup I see here. Don't look long unless you find a strong buyer off 0.85 or so, and it reclaims the $1 handle. Then it can juice down and juice that up. As Mitch would say, squatting before you shoot up into the air there. Get your aerobics in here with Trade the Pool, guys.
yes, sir.
So that's what I'm seeing. Feel free to you can take the charts back if you want. I like yours are.
Do what'd you say?
Well, yours are pretty. Mine look like chaos. This is with like half the indicators. If I show you, you guys would think I was insane with all the lines.
Oh, yeah.
That's no good for anybody.
Woo, there we go. Yeah, you can't
take some of that off.
That's awesome. What do we got here? We have ARM hitting. ARM is, by the way, which we'll get over to. I got that FLNC. We have ARM hitting our targets. Our target there, as we talked about. Hey, and look at the number I talk about all the time. 875. What is the high here in after hours? 268.74. I don't know what it is about that 875. You can go, like I said, you can 268.75 or just the normal 875 for a small cap play. Just remember that, guys. It's a very prominent number I've noticed throughout the years, whether it's a small cap or it's a large cap. It's a very high area. It gets close to 70, so you could just, like we always say, it's close enough to 270, sure. But let me tell you, that 875 and how close it got right there, that's no joke. You're going to see that way more often if you start paying attention to it. It's kind of like, even like when I've always, like when you get a vehicle you've never had before, and you get the vehicle, like when I first got, I always wanted to, anyway, back in the day when I got a vehicle that you don't think's that popular, and then you get it, and now you notice it all over the place. And you're like, hold on, everybody's got this vehicle. You start seeing it more often. It's kind of like that. You're not really looking for it, but when you start looking for it, you'll start to see it a lot.
Absolutely. What's it called? Red car phenomenon or whatever, Josh? Right, yeah. What it makes me think of is that movie, what is it? The Number 13 with Jim Carrey. That's an oldie. You're gonna get me down some rabbit holes here. I'm going to be seeing 874s in my sleep. I'm going to be looking out the window. It's going to be in license plates. It's going to be, I don't even know. It's going to be like 6-7. I hear that everywhere now. Yeah, so maybe we can switch to this. One thing that draws my mind to that, a few things. First off, IonQ. This is very interesting, guys. Somebody mentioned what happened to it. We stopped watching for a second. What did it do? I think it's ready to go higher. I think it's about to break over our key 55 level. See how it's hanging out there? So what I really like about this is we pull the fibs down, and actually I'm going to give you a few more levels on these. We're going to switch from there we go. So what did we do? We created a range. We dipped back into this golden pocket between the 786 fib and the 62 fib. 62 fib aligns with our point of control and over the cash session pivot. You can see that very clear pivot there. So bada bing, bada boom. We tested down at VWAP. We found buyers on VWAP on a bullish earnings. We set the range. We came back, confirmed the range. Now we're trying to cook on up through our main pivot. I love this setup here. You could blind buy it now with a stop under maybe 53.76, safely under 52.83. It shouldn't go back down there unless it needs to rebase entirely. So I still like it. Maybe to be safe, what I would do if I wanted to get involved, maybe assuming this needs a few minutes and some time, I'd be looking for a wick down into, I see a little pivot kind of here, and it's the point of control, a developing point of control at 54 here. If 54 to 54.25, this kind of area can hold on this push down, then we can entertain the possibility of just playing it off of this moving average ribbon. It might also be the case that it is bullish and it still just needs some time to settle because this thing does have high short interest. So we could see a kind of consolidation pennant starting to occur that maybe doesn't resolve until the earnings call itself. So that's how I would kind of frame this. To me, I'd be inclined to respect these moving averages and put a stop under those, definitely under this wick if not, and then kind of let it rip and roar and eventually work its way to sweep these highs and push on higher. That's how I'm feeling there.
So how you feeling here in about 30, last chance here to get in here, guys. About 3 minutes left for your daily earnings challenge. All right, app, I went with 467.50. Closing print time, we will be taking that at 5 p.m. Eastern. I went with 467.50. Done, over. ARM. I think this thing does an AMD, holds up to the 250s here, goes up for more in the next 30 minutes. Right there when we're done, as we close off for the day, I say we see new highs of 278.
278.
278.77.
Mr. Josh Smith is bullish. I love it. One more thing, just while we got my charts up, I just want to show you guys how pretty these taps into previous major levels are. Guys, if you do not have the weekly highs, the weekly opens, the monthly highs on your charts, you're missing out, because look at this. Off the 1 minute, if you were waiting at this weekly high, we mentioned this zone, we were a little conservative, but we had the right idea. And you know what? We won't catch all of these. It's not going to be perfect. But the thing is that when you do catch one of these, you're instantly up. You can instantly define your risk under the key level you just bought from. And you often will get these really nice risk reward bounces. And sometimes they do that. Boom. So always watch those weekly highs, those weekly opens. That's the zone that we revisited and said, hey, all right, maybe I missed it. Maybe I missed the big push. I'm not going to buy it end of day here. But what I will buy is a pullback into, you see it was a, where is it? Man, this thing's so strong. It did not even get to the 5 moving average on the daily chart. That's how strong this trend is. I was thinking it just dipped back into that, but no, it was literally just the weekly open. It just said, all right, we're going higher.
Yeah,
really beautiful action.
Earlier around that 220 mark, that I essentially was hoping maybe to get a quick wick down to kind of like low of day area. Yeah, and it got close. I mean, 225 is relatively close when you think we're at 260 now. Yeah, but yeah, it's good. Good move. Love to see those. I love seeing those. And I think what we'll see with app is this play looks like it's going to do one of those up, maybe even down, then back up, and it literally will be right to where we kind of closed off at. Then like 2 hours.
Oh, it's one of those.
Yeah, like
whoa.
Then like an hour or two after the opening bell, or and then an hour or two, I should say, from now, we see that full move back down fully, or we move up. But this has that look of, oh, we're going up. No, we're back down to even. And then finally, like say an hour from now, we get the full move. Kind of like what Apple did. We've seen a couple of plays do that. And then we've seen plays also just do stalemate, where we go up, then you come back down, and then all that for nothing just to go right back to where we came from. So I would say the plays that seem bullish for me, IonQ and ARM, and then the other one is FLNC. That's Fluence Energy. Came out with earnings. That was brought up by Mr. D Rider in chat, running into resistance now here at that $17 mark. 17, and then we've got 18.20 after that. So this has some room to run and very bullish. I think if we can hold this last reversal area, and you can see somewhat of pivot point through there, right around 1580 is going to be key here in after hours. But again, downtrend, beautiful overall here, breaking that overall trend on the way back on up. So this one, obviously, as well, I have as bullish in after hours on earnings. So those would be some bullish plays to look for on earnings here as we move through the next hour or two. I think app maybe settling back down and even maybe seeing a pullback. I almost went lower on app for my price, just because I could see this play doing one of these moves where we go up and we come all the way back down. I say down, but down to maybe like right here in the 430 mark just to come back on up. So we'll see, but this play has that, ran right into resistance. So again, if there was a trade to be had here on app, if you did take the long, great, you better have gotten out of it. But the better trade was seeing the reversal area from before and how beautiful it was. We ran right into it and right back down. I mean, that line was put in before it ever hit it, and it nailed it and came right down. So it's nice. That's why I say back to what we were saying earlier. I have a T-shirt.
Oh yeah, it's going. I didn't want to cut you off, but I got it now, Josh. This thing is airing out. It just lost point of control. It lost that candle. Very sketchy. If it pops back into it, that's probably a short. Oh, what a reversal! That's mean. Yeah. So positioning is wild, and I think it needs to revisit this daily trigger down below at 450 before we find any meaningful support. That isn't even a bad drop, though. It's just prices that I saw today. So this might just need time to wash out these. Clearly, there's still heavy short pressure in there, and the whole software as a service complex. So that's tough. That's tough. I think this thing needs to air out a little more. A few other things in the chat here that I wanted to talk about real quick. We have Neat Singh back again. Welcome, welcome. Just joined. What do y'all think? Is it going to be on trend with AMD? Well, AMD.
Hold on, we got
absolutely.
Just joined. Nancy, I missed the Sing. We got a couple of Sings in chat today. We had Sing earlier, another Sing now. What's up, Neat Sing? What do y'all think?
Welcome.
Is it going to be trend with AMD? That's what I think. Neat Miss Sing. It looks like a female face. So I'm having a lot. I wish we could like click on the picture and actually blow up to what the picture was, what it was. Anyway.
Yeah.
But
no,
yes.
she was here yesterday for the stream, and yeah, it was very active. So thank you so much for rejoining. As you can see, we were looking for the AMD. We were talking about the 350 reclaim. I think I said 250 on stream earlier. I'm like, where is AMD? It's already at 350. And so that was the area that we watched today. Me and Jesse were 20 seconds maybe too late putting that limit order and did not get the fill, and it just surged up there. But hey, it feels good that it did the thing. And what the thing is you can see in pre-market, it did the 2x measured move of the initial earnings range candle. So I love doing this too, Josh. On the first hour of the candle, you put them fibs on right there, and then you want to see the 1.68 and the 2 get hit if it can clear that 1.272 that I always talk about. 1.27, I apologize. So it's a little hard to see, but you see that yellow line right there was exactly where this first candle or big range break candle stalled at, but then it just said, nope, straight up to the target. And then that is, again, stalled a little bit. Then after hours or pre-market, it finally got the tick of that 430, 432 even. So it swept that out. All the sellers that were waiting for that measured move, they just got out there, and that was a little bit of pressure release. And now we trade sideways, which is very, very healthy in what you're looking for. So guys, don't be short in these semis. It might work. I might be wrong. I might be calling the top. But this is looking very, very strong, and we're getting more confirmation with this amazing result for ARM as well.
Yeah, if you want to pull Whirlpool up, that's down on some earnings. Here's another one. We had earnings on the W. That one, you're taking a little bit of a hit right there. Taking a little bit of a hit. And look at Miss Sing.
Look at this.
Miss Sing here. We got to highlight that one. I made big on
go.
AMD yesterday. Woo! 4,800
Love it.
First thing in the morning. You got to love that waking up. And there's that beautiful face. Now we can see it. Got to highlight it up a little bit there. That's how we can make these faces bigger. Gee golly, good job. You got to love that. That's like, to me, this is like a kid at Christmas, right? You know, like you get to wake up, you don't know what you're going to get some mornings, and that feeling that especially when it is a play like AMD, when you're like, you know it's going to be, you know you're going to get a present. It's going to be a good present, but you don't know how big and good it's going to be, and so you just can't wait until the next morning to see how awesome that present's going to be, you know. So that's such a great feeling, truly, as a kid, 100%. Yeah, give her some love.
Absolutely.
Good trade there. Good trade, making some bank. And yeah, go ahead, AMD though. I mean, she's
Josh, I know, I love it, and I love it. It really is like Christmas, and you know, some days you just wake up to a really good morning singing "'Cause I'm AMD." Wait, does that count as if we change the word?
No.
Okay, never mind. We won't push it, but that was a good comment.
A Weird Al song, so we're completely good to go at that point.
There we go. Get the parody. Everything I do is parody, so there you go. Whirlpool, we should talk about that. So that one has big implications in terms of home sales, as I think Talk might have mentioned there. I don't know what the heck it's doing, but I do know it's really respecting this line that I drew probably like 8 years ago. Why did I draw this line? Where
Wow, yeah.
Where did this come from?
That's
my friend he's a value investor, and he was like, "Can you draw me some levels for this?" And I just kept drawing levels lower, and he's like, "No, stop it. No, draw them up." I was like, "I don't think it's going up." He's like, "All right, fine, I won't buy it yet." So promo, maybe this is your time to buy because it's trading back into 45. It just swept this. That being said, this is a value investor play. If you don't like to hold things that look ugly for a long time, not for you. Yeah. Maybe for promo. Shout out to my boy Promo, but all right, I'm too many inside jokes. My community We love our value investors, but we don't understand them.
I got it.
Merry Christmas. Yeah, absolutely. Christmas in July, more or less. Getting there. So, Navjot's asking about IonQ. Stay or move? Are you in shares, my friend? And what is your cost basis? I think that it is. Let's talk about it. It's still waffling around that 55 handle that I was looking at. Let's dig into it. Still trading under the 50, but I'm still seeing it snapped up in this golden pocket. Personally, I think that this is a kind of bounce play type deal where we have these bottom wicks defining a range where it is bouncing off of. And to me, as long as it holds the bottom of the shelf here at 52, I like it. I think the earnings seemed very good. I can look for more information on that now, see if there's anything clearing up some of those crazy numbers. But essentially, as I watch it drop, essentially, I really do think it should find buyers under here, but this is the time where, hey, if I'm wrong, this is where we'll kind of see. This is the meat and potatoes of the range where most of the shares traded today. You can zoom out a little to see that. Yeah. So this is a big point of inflection here at 53. I'd really like to see it find buyers very fast if it dips under 53, and ideally hold this previous swing low at 52.50. It has to hold this low volume node at 5160, which aligns with the VWAP here for it to maintain its bullish trajectory at all. And that would be really pushing it and not what I would like to see, full disclosure. So, they don't always work clean. All I can do is say, here are inflection points. We got to watch what the participants do at these levels where everybody's kind of watching.
Right.
That's how I'd frame that one. Your day's done, Mike. Mike, hit the showers. Yeah, you had a good day. You broke the streak. You're cooking. I see you. I also, brother, not to air your business out, but I just know maybe a little health troubles lately. I have chronic illness and I can't trade well when it's flaring up. So part of my discipline is knowing, hey, my body's messed up today. I can't do it. I can't do it because it won't work for me, and it's hard. But I know you can do it, brother. So just stick with there and know your own limitations as traders, guys, because not all days are going to be the 100% days that we hope.
Yep.
Just got to be realistic.
Yep. Hey, we talk about too often. Another song, got to know when to hold them, got to know when to fold them, my friend. That is so key.
Yes, sir.
When it comes to stock trading, it's very hard to get that concept down and who you are as a holder and a folder, and that's just a whole nother thing to figure out. Come on, Arm. We want that squeeze to new highs, 270s. Give it to me, baby. I want to win the prediction there. I want to win. Anyone in chat want to say where they predicted? Go right on ahead. We'll talk about that as we get into the reading of the tape, which will be here in about 22 minutes, and then we'll know. At least you'll have a better idea of how close you are on if you won or not, which you'll know that very soon. You get an email notification on the earnings stream giveaway, and you'll know tomorrow morning on the live stream giveaway today. Yeah. So today, every day we do the earnings stream, right? So every day we do an earnings giveaway where you go predict the 5 p.m. Eastern print for the said tickers that day for earnings. Like today would be App and ARM, the big guys, the bigger ones that we want to look at. Then today we said, hey, let's spice it up and say, you know what? 25K eval for those that just click on that link right there. Click the link that you see right there on the live stream. It's in the description as well. All you do is enter your name and your email. That's it. Boom, done. For a chance to win 25K eval. 2 25K evals will be given away for just participating in that. So go over and fill that out. Participation is the key to
Come on, there's not many participation trophies in the stock market, guys. Come on, take your flyer, take your lotto ticket, and you know what? You just might be trading here with us for free in just a day or two there. So guys, remember to find out if you won, I believe, got to tune into the morning stream.
Tomorrow.
So that's the good news.
Eminem will let you know. Eminem before J&J joins the stream. Eminem. And actually, it's like Triple J because we got Jane, Josh, and Jesse now that joined the stream with Eminem.
Oh,
so we got a bunch of M's and J's on the stream. Ramrat, we got two questions. Yeah, we got two questions. I always make sure we get the questions in chat. Again, everyone. Nav, Michael, D-Rider there in chat. Both are Michaels today. Both are Sings today in chat. Everyone that's coming on over, we appreciate every single one of you keeping the Groundhog, all the different names that I'm seeing in chat today. I love the names. Phil in chat. You guys are doing amazing. But questions here. Ramrat, got to love that name. Said about an ARM call closing expiration on May the 8th with a strike price of $236.50. What are your thoughts?
I would love to model this and check it out, and we can talk about it, because that's a heck of a play. See, you got an ARM call at close. It is a 37.5, I would imagine. Yeah, 237, and it's May 8th expiring here. So you paid roughly, I don't know, if you bought it right at close, yeah, about 1600 or so. So currently we are trading up at 260. That's a nice pin. Let's see, what would we look like if we open at 260 tomorrow? Well, my friend Ramrat, you're looking at a 68% gain on that. Not too bad for a lotto. And you know, that's I call that a really big win on an earnings print, because you know what, when expectations are so high and it's so high, it can be very hard to beat that expectation and still go and overcome that high IV. So you're looking at this. There will be some implied volatility crush, so we can model that down a little bit. Maybe realistically, you're looking at more like 50 to 56, 57%. This is hard to exactly predict how much IV is going to be crushed, but just something you can consider. So yeah, this is a free site that I like to use a lot. I don't think we're, associated with them, but I personally use it. So
Hey, free
just
sites,
useful there.
Freebies, got to give away the freebies, baby. If there's something free
Yeah.
out there to use in all the world, everyone, they want money for their whatever charting system. None of that. That's like trade the pool. Everything we try to give you guys, we try to make it as cheap and free as possible. It's not like you come to trade the pool and then you have to pay for our platform and use it too. That would just be dirty.
Right. No. Well, there's a reason why I work for these guys and not some of the other guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I'm a happy customer first and foremost.
Yeah,
can you short arm at 260? You are a human being with free will, and you can do whatever you'd like. But I sure am not going to do that. That's what I'll say. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I would
say to crack back below the 255-ish mark, you could try to get in with some continuation of momentum. It probably will then lose some steam at that point, like we just saw with App. But yeah, just like right now, triggering in, just be careful, because this is bull flagging. It could do what I wanted to do and go squeeze a Rooney right up to the 275, 280 mark. So yeah, that would be one of those things.
Yes, sir.
Free will, all you, baby boy or girl. Secondly, I don't want to miss Michael's question too. He said, look at FSLY and that look on the why is it down?
Fastly. I own some of this.
Yeah.
Am I sad or happy? I'm sad. Okay, I'm back to break even. It's fine. Okay, it's fine. I really thought it was going to be a big win. Darn.
Well, it's kind of like the opposite of what it did the first time around. Yeah, because, if you go back to February, had a good pop-up, continued its squeeze and climb all the way into April, and then now, because I actually traded the earnings in February and that move up to the first 2 days. And I actually kind of forgot about Fastly FSLY here, and now it's kind of making the opposite move now back down. Is it going to be, how crazy would it be, February to April makes the move it made, it did its thing, and then May through June, essentially, and then by July,
you say it.
We see it right back down to where it came from.
Don't you say it, Josh. Don't you say it. All right, so here's my thing. I think Fastly is a pretty interesting name in the kind of agentic AI, software as a service related space here. It was acting so nice. So I got in here expecting it to pull back here. I have not moved this line once. I promise. Scouts honor. So I got in here, was expecting this pullback, totally missed it, forgot to add in here, looked at it here, feeling, okay, fine. At least it's doing the right thing. Checked it yesterday, I think. I was like, oh, sick. All right, great. I'll set a trim over the previous high. That did not hit. That's what I thought was gonna tag on earnings, even if it would drop. Now the question is, do I buy more? It's back in my support zone. What I'd like to see is this low volume node, 22, transact. Realistically speaking, I think it needs to waffle around a little bit more and rebase while this weekly support rises up. Because this weekly support, when you have the massive gap up, it takes a while to stair step its way up. And then you see, also when we pull back, there's the point of control lining up with this big area, 1850. So I think I need to wait to add more, but I'm not selling. I like the company and I want to have something in software as a service. And I'd rather buy something like this than, I don't know, anything else. Actually, IGV looks a lot better now, so I shouldn't dog on it too much. It's shaping up.
Yeah. I was in at 1250 on that first day on FSLY, going back over to FSLY. I'm just like, you just one of those things where if you think about 1250, I got in on a bounce play too on that. They built up a beautiful bounce area to get in. And then it just kept going and kept going. I'm like, oh my gosh, if I would, that's why most of these plays I'm trying to hold longer, because boy, if you get such a good entry price, I don't know when we'll see 1250 again, but it's been a beautiful mover, 100%. And even just day trades for you guys out there that maybe invest in it different than what we're talking about here on this earnings report after our stream. But this is a good daily chart for traders that are newer, still struggling a little bit, that need something a little slow and steady. The volatile plays may hurt and wreck you. This is a day in, day out play that has good volume, good movement, up and down. Some days down, some days up. So find your day, whether you're a long or a shorter. Maybe you're long, maybe you're a shorter, maybe you're a combo of the two. This provides for ample opportunity. So keep this on watch daily. If you like to trade stocks that have good movement, technical sound movement, this is right up your alley. And yes, someone said waffles. I'm like, man, as much as I talk about food, this guy over here talking about waffling around every 15 minutes with every other ticker he looks at. And my gosh, I'm going to start saying pancaking around.
Yeah, pancaking's great too. If you're flipping flopping, you're something on a griddle.
Well, if you're
I don't know.
pancaking, right, that would be,
Josh.
pull up EZGO. EZGO got pancake today. This is a pancake chart.
Hold on, Josh. I'm gonna be the worst co-host. I'm gonna interrupt you to say I gotta pee so bad. Give me 1 second. I tried to hold it. I couldn't do it. I'll be right back,
That's
guys.
hilarious. Realism here and over on the TTP stream. So, Yosh, if you're back to thank you, baby boy, my man. That's a flop. That's a flop. That's a pancake right there. That got pancake today. And again, going back to sports term, pancakes in the NFL or football would be when someone, usually it's an offensive lineman, just nails the defensive player and they just fall straight back, right? They just nail them so hard they fall right on their back. And I think they actually have stats now anymore and keep up with pancakes. This got pancake today. This got absolutely annihilated. I did take the short, held on to the very end. And again, now we're up to 5 stocks that have taken into liquidation almost in April. It's now 1 in May, but 4 in April, 1 in May that I've got into that I took into liquidation because of how and 2 actually today, which was MU. I took MU on the way up for a long, and so did my man Steve over there on Micron. Love this chart setup. This is absolutely gorgeous on the way up. So we'll go over to MU real quickly here, team. Beautiful bounce, and Steve got in with me and joined it off of this, but the 630 bounce up. My entry was 629. It was a banger, but talk about liquidation, Steve, and how it's taking some plays. We're talking about, then we'll go back to the pancakes. This is the pancake chart right here. Easy go. That is a pancake chart right there. That's not waffling around. That straight got pancaked by a locomotive, and you will never hear from her again. And you got to think about EZGO. This is a company just yesterday, as you were talking about, that was trading yesterday in the 2s and the 1s, and yet today up in the 3s. You got to imagine, too, how many traders you're talking about caught, trapped, stuck. There's an opening bell spike that goes from 260 up to right around 3. Imagine traders taking that and then getting pancaked. Hey.
I always like to do this guy and this guy. Imagine buying here and selling here. You could. There's a winner and a loser every day in the stock market, and just.
Because I'm watching the level 2 on EZGO, right? So I'm watching this as it goes down. I'm like, who's buying? Like right now on the bid, there's 12,000 shares on the bid at 12 cents. What are we doing buying 12,000 shares at 12 cents?
We are gambling, Josh. That's what
I want to meet this person. I want to just like, this is like, I want to shake their hand. No, I want to meet this person because I want to go, who are you? What happened to you in your life to make you think that this is it? But yeah, no, it's guys.
Who hurt you?
Yeah, who hurt
you? Ask who hurt him, and he'd say another stock that went from $3 to 2 cents. You're like, oh, stop doing it, man. Oh, brutal there.
Let's see here, RZ. What stock are you talking about, boss? RZT asked, what do you have your stop loss at? I don't know which stock you're talking about there, but we could reiterate.
ARM there. Oh, so ARM's coming back a little bit, guys. ARM's coming back just a little bit. I drew this out to mess with Josh. Like, no, we're not squeezing. It's a head and shoulders. It is playing out a little bit.
No.
I'm casting spells. I'm casting voodoo on you. Full disclosure, I'm in from 160. This thing could do whatever the heck it wants, and I'm not selling. If it comes all the way back, fine, I'll sell and harvest the cash. But I would be flabbergasted. I would be quite shocked, and I would be happy to take that because I think then ARM would be going to 0 if it goes all the way down after that. So my stop is really non-existent. I guess realistically speaking, let me manage my risk here live. Where should my stop be? We have my daily trigger says 185. By the time that this thing works its way down to 200, if it were to, I don't think it will. This would be at 200. 200 would align with this previous consolidation, and that would be the area that I'd be looking to plant my flag again, and I would be adding, not selling. If it straight high volume knifes all the way through 180, probably realistically, if it comes down here, honestly, I'm still not selling. So it's hard for me to say because this is one of the few really, really, really good perfect trades, So if I were to be just entering yesterday, for example, then my stop would be That's a good question, actually. That's a good question. I think my stop would be one level where I would consider is 225 here. This was the wick that pushed down here. The one thing I would say is they also have a low volume node down to 215. I see this big chunky volume here. I do not think we should lose 205, but again, you can't be doing that on a day trade, right? Or a small trade. So if you're green on an earnings play, safe thing is if you go red, get out, because it could very well be a wick like that before you get clobbered. I mean, obviously not on ARM. It's not going to do this, but just saying. All stocks will reach for that liquidity and grab it, and you got to respect it if they are losing the level that it was reaching up from. See, reaching up, rejected, losing this, and it's just pure sell. So just keeping that on your radar. You entered at 162. Well, howdy, neighbor. We're right there. I'm 160. So you know what? I think you're safe.
That's crazy.
I personally, not financial advice. Manage your own trade. Don't give back more than you're comfortable with. For me, it wasn't a crazy size position, and I need chips in my port. This is one of the few names that doesn't look so crazy overbought that I get antsy when I open my Roth. So that allows me to stay in it.
Mind music muscle. You should be able to get out of your trade with limit orders. So I've always been able to trade in after hours with limit orders. So yeah, you should just be able to put limit orders in. And usually, if you want to get out,
so
go ahead.
There's a few things to check. Sorry to cut you off there, but there's a few things to check because I've had this problem. So I make sure to if I'm trading off the chart, I got to make sure on the little sidebar thing. Josh, I don't know if maybe we could give a demonstration of this. If not, totally fine. But the sidebar there is an overnight little ticker.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's an overnight little slider. You got to make sure that is selected. You also got to make sure it's marked as GTC as opposed to day, I believe is the distinction. Or maybe it's overnight and day.
That's it though, right
but,
there.
Yeah, but I believe it's good till cancel. It's something like that. So that should get you out. If you're still having trouble, reach out to us and we'll help you out. At the very worst case, on the back end, they can shut your trades down. But our Discord, the support team's very, very good about helping you out there.
Yeah, that's
because it can be confusing. It can be confusing.
And all I ever do is just put limit orders. Like, say if you're in a play right now and you're wanting to get out, slide it into as it's moving. Like that's one thing you can just put an order in that say 245.23 to get filled on a bounce play. What I do is if I'm not getting filled, I will slide into it. Whoa, here comes big pullback here from ARM.
Whoa.
No, she's
don't do that. I didn't trim.
On down. Got you. There you go. Cool. And you got that? Does that make overnight is on, but it's still not closing it? Huh. That is weird. And you're doing limit orders, right? Mind Music Muscle, you are doing limit orders, correct, Demundo, right? Because it should get you out of the play if you're doing limit orders. I've traded after hours multiple times and have never, ever had any issues on my end. That's just from me, from my own trading. But yeah, if you are having issues, just reach out. We'll be able to take care of that. Of course, the Discord, if we could put the link out there to the Discord, that'd be awesome, Ayush. See, I just click orders with mouse again new. Huh.
I gotta
What?
Gotta highlight this.
Oh yeah.
This guy asking me if I should short arm at 260.
Yes.
Egg on my face. All right, guys.
I did answer and say, well, the safe area would say watch for the crack at 255, and we've gotten that. And then there's your survey, and I said get in with momentum. So we did at least give them good advice and say, hey, you kind of we both gave him the I don't know that I'd do it, and I said, well, if I would do it, I would wait for that 255, 256 area to give way. And when it does, you have room to run. And yeah, and it's hard to get in with momentum and limit orders and after hours. I get that. So, getting a good start around ahead of time. But yeah, I mean, that came straight to fruition. Now, is this going to do an app where app has gone all the way back now red, completely not even holding after hours, or I should say in market lows. So we do have app and IonQ giving back gains, but IonQ is what? IonQ is actually holding in market lows for the day and trying to hold back off of it.
Oh, this swept out too. What a stinker of a day. All right, this is nobody Wednesday. My thing is, a lot of these names, they're not like yeah, it's a bummer that they rejected, but at the same time,
Barney, yes.
Is that anything other than just? Oh, sorry. What's up?
You're good. Barney's all over it though. So Barney, Barney. If they want to highlight that real quickly, yeah, he's all over it. Josh, that's. Do you see how it's bouncing there too, Barney? You're like, I know it's a little late to the party. See this old resistance high of day. Now we have our VWAP coming into play right there, Barney. That's it. This is exactly what you're looking for on these plays on the way down. I was looking to say as this is coming down, this is probably going to hold that high of day in market right there. And sure enough, yeah, it does. So you're getting, hopefully you're watching those videos, Barney, over on my YouTube. I appreciate that if you are. Comment, I always love when you guys comment. That way I know you watched it, and I'll always give you some feedback. But yeah, and then what we start to create here is what I call a sandwich. So we have the bottom bun, we have the top bun. And so if we can ride out and hold this area, the longer we hold it, well, eventually what happens? Well, this becomes a good short area when we crack it. So it becomes a pivot point, essentially. I call them sandwiches, but essentially it's a pivot point.
Damn it, Josh, I'm so hungry. Stop it. Everything is food with you. Come on, man.
Well, hey, you got waffles and I got sandwiches, so let's get them together and we'll have a good lunch. You get the sweet end of the deal with the waffles, and I'll come in with the salty, yummy chips and some sweet some awesome sandwiches to go with it.
There we go. We'll get some muffins, some breakfast spreads. We'll get a whole spread going. Because you know why? Breakfast is the optimistic meal. Breakfast is the meal where you can contemplate all the possibilities of your day. Maybe you'll wake up to an AMD up 50 points. Who's to say? Who's to say? But you got to fuel up for breakfast. So I like this bounce play, Josh. I got to say, higher low, retesting the breakout level, retesting the prior highs. Is this the chance to get involved? Quite possibly. It held the point of control very nicely. I think it's safe to take a stab here with a stop under this big ol' chunky thing that we pushed out of, this high volume node, this point of control. What I would like to see to feel better is a smaller push down that catches before that point of control to put in a little bit of a higher low. And then you could entertain the possibility of, hey, if you just really need this name, you love the earnings results, and you've been watching it scream without you, that could be a place to get involved. I mean, it's a level that was resistance. We popped it. We're coming back. Seems like it's holding as support for now. Of course, for now. 1 minute candles after earnings. Yeah. Lots can change, but just want to put these contingencies on your radar because, no matter how long we do it, it's just hard to predict.
One last thing, right? I want to tease it one last time. That earnings, that's right, the earnings stream giveaway, 2 25K evals. All you have to do is click on the link. We have it in the description. It's right there in the chat, so click on it. All you have to do is put your name and your email. That's it, and then press submit. And you have a chance to win a 25K eval. We're giving away 2 of them. Tomorrow morning, join our live stream. Money Mitch, Michael Noss will announce the winner of those 2 25K evals. So, rounding out the day here coming up soon, come back tomorrow morning. And then, of course, all the way throughout the day tomorrow, we'll do it again tomorrow, all the way to after hours here in earnings. So, tack. And then we got Jesse eating the popcorn. We got Michael, 2 Michaels in chat today. Tyler Smith, my brother from another mother, in chat today. Welcome. Ingrid Aussie Chick, Mr. RZT, Mr. Ritz. What's your thoughts on Robin Hood? We'll talk about that when we close out here. Barney, hopefully that made sense. I love Barney coming on over. Alex, yep, a little bit of a pullback. OM coming on in, laughing about why I didn't short, but it's all good. Hopefully OM you at least got to see an area where to short, right? We built up some support right here at essentially this 255, 256 mark. So when we crack it, we have room to run back on down. Mind Music, Muscle in chat. Jesse's in chat today. James is in chat today.
Hey, Jesse.
All the guys in chat, all the gals in chat. Thank you all for coming on over. And don't forget, you sign up for that daily giveaway, or I should say daily, but the earnings stream giveaway, 2 25K evals on watching. If you want to share your screen, I love Hood. I know either one of us are. We're about the same when it comes to charting. I think either one of us will probably give. Probably if we had to do a Survivor, we go cast our vote where no one's around. So we went to this little secret room, they do those little what are they called? Those confessional rooms, in those real life, the real world, where they go to this little room and it's just a camera and they have the green screen behind them and they're just talking oh yeah, so I was just talking to Fred and Fred was anyway. So me and Steve would go into this secluded room and go put in our levels and what we thought of Hood, and we'd come back out and say, okay, let's see what Josh said about Hood, and we'd play the tape, and then we'd listen to Steve, and I guarantee it'd be almost the exact same thing. Is my point.
I love it. No, I'm with you. It's the kind of thing where even though we trade relatively differently in certain ways, we are still seeing the same areas of interest, just from different angles, and it's kind of what is it? We're all looking at the same mountain from a different angle, right? And so I think there's a lot to be gained from just the fact that we got a little bit of everything on the panel here. But speaking of Hood here, I'm looking at my charts and I'm sad that it seems to be doing what I hoped it wouldn't. And if let's see if I can. Perfect, thank you, Ish. So what I'm seeing here is just the potentiality of this head and shoulders. And I drew this when we were down here and caught because I was short. I thought it was a flat bottom breakout. I shorted from about 75. I think it was on that wick up into the 9 moving average, so about 74. And it looked like we were getting the breakdown. I trimmed somewhere around 67. I think this fib, that would make sense. 67.50. That's what I usually would do. And then I saw how strong it was, and I was like, all right, well, I got to get out of the short. Because, I mean, Hood's a retail monster. If it wants to hold a 50% retest, who am I to stand in the way of that truck, right? So I'm glad I did that. But when I did that, I said, I still don't like it, though. I still don't like it. It could dead cat pretty hard, but I still don't love it. And why that was is because all of this downward pressure, we're having the daily 200 moving average starting to curl at that point. When I was watching here, it was starting to trend down for the first time. So I'm seeing this sharply descending 50-day there. Sure, we tagged it, but there were still sellers there. Sure, we gapped above it, but where did we really stall out? Were we really able to eat some of these gaps where we dropped off from? And most importantly, were we able to reclaim these notable high volume levels? See on the right side here where I draw this from? This high volume level. See that? So my whole thing was I got to trust the trigger systems, and I always give more respect to the longer dated ones. So what I mean by that is you see this one? It says 1 month there. It's a little hard to see compared to the weekly. You know, they're both look kind of the same. But the point is this is the long-term rising support. And you can see that it hasn't been transacted for a very long time. And when it did, it was this knife out on, this was the tariff day crash. No, 24. Oh, never mind. That was up here. Regardless, it likes to do this where it knifes under into that support, and then just that was the chance to get in. You don't get another look at that for such a long time. Well, we tagged it, bounced a little, but it's not doing what it did off of it here or here. It's not getting that explosive uptrend move. All the moving averages are trading sideways for me. So for me, this is not the same kind of momentum uppies type move that I'd really like to see. It did hold the monthly, but when it came up and tested the weekly, so it did the handoff, right? Monthly support is holding the line. Now it's going to run it up to see if the weekly resistance is ready to give in and yield to these higher time frame, more passive long-term buyers. If they were, this wouldn't have happened. So that's why I drew this, and it does seem like it might want to play out. The last thing I'll say, and sorry I'm so long-winded on this, but I've been looking at this trade for a while, so I have a few things to say. Last thing I like to do is on this little range, I draw a fib and see, okay, came down, popping up. It's trying to reclaim the daily. It's trying to reclaim the point of control. So for me, flushed out on earnings and is healing. It's just, for me, it has to be a conviction trade of like, I really like this company and an average down. I don't think it's the best chart right now. And I think Talk was hitting on one of those points that they are a little bit vulnerable to subprime debt, and similar to SoFi, which makes sense to me because SoFi looks very similar to me. I mean, look, it's the same chart. It's literally the same chart. Yeah. That's actually crazy.
Yeah.
Holy moly, actually. Let's add Hood to it. It's the same chart. That's insane. That's Hood in the pink there.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
So it's a basket. Yeah. I wouldn't be super bullish on them here. I also probably wouldn't sell if I'm holding in a green unless it loses that earnings low. That 69.50 to 70 is really the tail of the tape. If it holds over there and finds buyers, if it dips under very briefly, then it can rebase and carve its way up, confirming that it's worth in this 70 to $100+ range. Otherwise, hammer it back down to this high volume node and see where the buyers are, whether they're at 50, 45, or 40. Somewhere in there probably is a good long-term hold. That's what I got here.
There you go. Boom shakalaka. I'll leave it at that so they weren't too long-winded, but yeah, all over the place there. Tack, Hudson, Michael, all you guys again, chat. Thank you guys for coming over today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Any last questions? We'll leave it going for another minute or two here. Any last questions you guys have, throw them in the chat. Thank you, RZ, Tack, everyone, Hudson, for coming on over today. Appreciate you guys. Mr. D, Ryder. Again, we covered a lot. We covered EZGO and my short of the day, and we covered some small cap plays and that complete pancake of a dump. A lot of earnings we covered today, even MU to start the after hours. We covered MU, a few different tickers, so we've been across the board today on what we've been looking at. So if there's anything else
it's been a fun one, Josh. I'm big chillin'. I'm having a good time here. I'm looking forward to the next stream already, Josh. It's gonna be fun. We have so much good stuff on tap. I know we gotta head out, but just to put it on your radar, guys, what's on tap tomorrow for the earnings? We're gonna be looking at CoreWeave, IREN, Coinbase, Open Door, Rocket Labs, so many retail favorites. I know one of those names just made your ears perk up, guys. I know one of those you want to be trading in. So we're going to be watching. We're going to be trying to find our spots. And that's what's on tap tomorrow. I get to go over and see my friends at Trader TV, get to hang out with Neil and Sean for a little bit. And that is going to be 2:45 Eastern time for 15 minutes there right before power hour. So definitely if you could, I'd really appreciate the view there and throw me a howdy in the comments.
Yeah, 100%. And speaking of, I just have mine already loaded up there. So yeah, Ayush, if you have Steve's information where to find him, I'm on Instagram, on X, on YouTube. Here is Josh Smith Trades. AK47 is my streaming name on an old platform. A lot of people still call me AK or AK47. And then my website, primetradinginvestments.com, where I do one-on-ones, have my own live stream, a lot of stuff that I do individually over there as well. So if you guys need any help, I'm always here to help you out. Love doing these live streams here on Trade the Pool. Absolutely phenomenal. And again, hopefully you guys did join in on the daily earnings challenge. That 5 p.m. print was posted, so we'll know winners soon. And of course, the earnings stream giveaway, 225K evals. Two 25K evals we're giving away today, baby. So go ahead and don't forget to submit your name and your email address. Don't worry, it's private information. We're not giving it out to anybody. It's just to say, hey, you won. Good job. You participated. You get a reward, and that's it. We want to see your participation. And speaking of all you guys here in chat and gals as well, great participation here in after hours. Thank you, Mr. D. Ryder, always having some fun with TAC. Love you guys. Joe, some conch fritters and some oysters on the half shell. Well, you enjoy it. Josh, I'll go in there and rant. Yeah, Josh, yeah, Michael. And of course, yeah, my live stream is actually up right now in public, by the way.
Josh, I just want one last time for Mr. Michael P. Ryder in the chat asking who won tonight. Well, tune in to our stream tomorrow morning to find out, guys. That's how we get you. But trust me, you'll show up. You come for the earnings, the little treat, but you'll stay for the amazing analysis and the good hang. They're chill guys. So be sure to be there or be square.
That's right.
And thank you so much, Josh.
Yeah, so I'm sure people ask that question. So yeah, if you want to know, it says, of course, I know at the bottom of the screen it says, win a 25K eval. Enter now using the link in the description. Tomorrow morning, come join our live stream, and we will announce the 2 winners of the 2 25K evals. Don't you forget it. Okay? So we'll see you. Have a good night. We're done here. We'll see you, though, back in the morning. Money Mitch, Michael Noss. See if Airplane James back in the cockpit with us tomorrow. Myself, Jesse. We got the call-in show. I forgot about the call-in show. That's tomorrow.
Yeah.
I need to come up with a topic.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, too.
I don't think I have a topic yet. I need to come up with a topic, Steve. We need to come up with one.
I got you. I got you. We'll figure that out after this.
Yeah. So you guys have a great night. Love you all. Stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good to go.
Beautiful. Awesome, Josh. I think that might have been one of our best.
Well, good. Yeah, we had a lot of viewers there. I mean, it was up to nonstop, up to 200 plus there. I kept looking at the EV Mux. So yeah,
nice. And I don't trust those, Josh. I don't trust those either because Ayush was saying like 2K or something for one of them last week.
EV Mux is lagging, guys. So last stream was 2,000 views. This one might have crossed 2,000 plus because live we were having 1,200.
That's awesome. I'd love to hear that.
It was awesome, guys.
Woo! Thank you, Ayush.
Good stuff, guys.
You're doing some good stuff.
Yeah, Ayush, you were crushing it too. Everything was so smooth. We're dialed in. I love it.
Yeah, and lots of alerts
stuff,
out there.
guys.
I mean, the chat is just nonstop. I mean, when you look at that too, it's just like nonstop over there. So that's really cool.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
Even if you filter out Mike, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's good. He's good. And he's good. He's got a good heart. He's just he likes to chat it up.
He's a chatty Cathy. We still love him.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna take a little rest here, and Josh, I'll start brainstorming some topics, and shoot you a text in maybe an hour or so.
Yep, sounds good, brother.
Cool. All right, take care, guys. Good job.
Bye. fine. Pull it back up now. Merlin, chill out. All right. If anyone's still around, I'm closing up shop here. I'm going to pull back my chart back up with my MU and my S&D, or my MU, I should say, and EZGO trades that I'm still in long. We'll be holding those through till tomorrow for sure. Just want to jump back on the mic. I'll put some jams on for you guys. Beautiful after-hour stream there with TTP. We absolutely killed it today. Got good views, so I think up to almost 3,000 views on that stream, which is really awesome. See you guys back here tomorrow morning. Was a great day overall. Honestly, it was slower, I know, but had some good move. I had a good trade on MU, 629 entry for the long. Then I got in at 50 cents, which you can't even see anymore on EZGO. Got in at 50 cents, which really, when you think about how far down that was, yeah, right? Like, gee golly. But just a monster, nasty dump-a-rooney right there. Hopefully you guys did participate too. Of course, they're in the after hours with us because of 2 25K eval giveaways. That was pretty cool. They did that out of nowhere. Actually got a phone call right before the live stream saying like, hey, let's do this today. Just want to let you know we're going to pitch this and let's push it. I said, done. Let's do it. Nice, good move there. We got OSG popping in after hours. Let's pull this up. Roo, leave your leg alone, Rooster. We got OSG and after hours popping. Dash, good after hours move too as well. Forgot to pull up Dash. PMAX squeezing. Okay, that was an after hour right there. The closing bell. OSG is your main one. Yeah, and FLNC, which is our earnings play. So cool. Okay. Hey, beautiful. I know you're so pretty. All right, sweet, sweet south, sweet south, sweet south, sweet. Nice, that was pretty good. Sweet. Good stuff right there. All right, taking the break for myself, team. I will see you guys back here in the morning. I'll put some gems on for you right now.